Good afternoon, folks, and welcome. I would say warm, but it ain't, it's freezing. It is out there anyway. Anyway, a very warm welcome from the heart, shall we say, to another job. And today, it's the Sharp VZ3000 vertical music centre that it's going to be today's victim, my main project. I'm determined to get this thing reliable. I really am. Anyway, I've taken it out of the case. I've taken all the screws out of where we need to. We're going to unscrew this here. That's already been done. We'll do this one here. Well, that's taking its time. Well, that's undone. Now, we've got any more? There is two underneath, but I've already taken them out. And yeah, we've got two here. Thought there was, but when you don't go into something for a while, and then you suddenly go into it, you actually realise that's that one. Next one. I'm just trying to get my fingers in. Or my screwdriver rather, because that's it. And that one wasn't very tight, but that doesn't matter. It would have been tight enough to hold everything in place. So what we're going to do, that's it. So what we're going to do now, we're going to unplug this cable here. We should only have to unplug two cables, I believe, if I remember rightly, to get the player mechanism out of the case. Now we'll let this player mechanism come out. Now what I want to do is get this off here, that off there. Now let's take the main chassis out of the way, the main unit. I'll have to find somewhere else for that when Jay comes, because Jay will be here a bit later. Oh, what I'll do, I'll just lie that flat for a minute, and alright, I'll put this out of the way, and if I put it there, it should be alright. Yeah, be okay there. Now what the issue is with this is the speed is very uneven. There's a lot of wow and flutter on it, or wow anyway, and I think the wow's caused through it's caused through that turntable belt. It's one of them cheap shitty ones. So we're going to put a new belt on there. So that's going to be happening. I also want to check the gears, because I think we may have a tooth off one of these, but maybe not. We'll have a look. Let's see. Let's just have a look. Now there's a gear in here which actually is prone to shearing, and it's this little white fella here. It's prone to shearing, and that one hasn't. Now what I'm thinking of doing, I'm thinking of using the other mechanism because the this one's got a couple of issues, and if I use the other mechanism, yeah, and you can see the belt's actually gone. There's the what remains of it there. Yeah, the belt's actually gone. So that's why the tray won't open, that's why the door won't open, because the belt's gone. Right, and that's probably what's left of it. That's just fell out of here, so yeah, no worries about that. Right, so what we're gonna do, what we're going to do, we're going to take this gear off here, because I know the one on the other one's broken. There we go. I don't know where my clip's gone. It hasn't flew out, it's in here somewhere. So what I'll do now, I will leave the gear out. Oh, there's my clip. I'll find that. Not that I need it, there's one on the, there it is. Let's just get my little tool. Because I have my little tool. Get off. Get off. Right. What I'll do, I'll use my tool to just get my clip back. There we go. Now, if I can push that into there, may have to open it. But what I need to do is get this gear off this shaft. Put that there for a minute, we'll clean that up in a minute and we'll bring the other mech up. We've got two new styli in this as well, which I'll want out, but I'm not worried about that just yet. Right, so now if I move this one out of the way, then we can, oh hang on, I need a switch off the side of it as well. This, the other one's got a broken switch on it. And this one should have the same type of switch. And it has, and it's this little bugger here. And the problem with these is they have an habit of falling over. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and prop it up somehow. And if we can't, then we won't bother. So let's get a small screwdriver. Oh, small Phillips will do. There we go. I hope you're all well, by the way, folks. Hope you're all in good health and hope you're all enjoying your Sunday afternoon. Right, you can take that switch off at the back there, or you can undo the bracket here and take the whole bloody lot, but I only want the switch, so I'm not going to bother with taking the whole bracket off. Unless of course I have an issue where I can't. There we go. That tool comes in really handy for lifting screws out of awkward places. And that one there. Dee 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 dee. Right, so what I want to do next is, ooh, I want to clip that, because I don't want to put the soldering iron too close to that string. So I want to clip the cable clamp here. There we go. There we are. Now we can lay this flat. But that's what the problem is. It's the wound flutters course through substandard turntable belt. But we are going to service that turntable that we've got there, that replacement deck. We are going to service that. Yep, somebody's there. Hello. There we go, that's one wire off. Doesn't matter which way these go on, it's a switch. There we go. And this switch is in good working order. Unlike the one on the other mech. Oops, get off, there we go. What gets me is, you put your soldering iron right through. I think you can see through that now actually, I think that all's... Yeah, that one's good. Do this one. That one's good. There we go. Right, let's just come and see who that is on the chat. Who's that saying? Who is it and what are they saying? Let's find out. Yeah, whatever. Ain't got a clue what you're on about there, so never mind. Now, let's move this one out of the way. Put that down there for now. And let's just have a sip of my tea, and we'll bring the other one up. Right, here we go. Right, and this is exactly the same. So what we'll do, we'll take the screws out because we want the dust cover off, because we won't get it back in with the dust cover on. You have to take it apart with the dust cover off. And they're not the right screws. The right screws are supposed to be thumb, supposed to be thumb wheel bolts. The correct screws for this. But I have got some, but I did have them and I took them out and I've misplaced them, so. But we'll find them. There's a belt in here as well. Fell off somewhere. Let's put this dust cover down here with the other one. Probably be able to sell them dust covers because you can't get them. Let's get that bit of crap out. There we go. Got it. Now let's have a look. Now this is complete. Got everything on it as far as I know, and even the turntable belt feels good. That turntable belt feels nice. That belt there feels okay. So but I know it's got a broken switch. I know that switch there is broken. So what we'll do, we'll change the gear first. We'll swap the gear over. Wrong tool. We'll swap the gear and put our new, just clean that crap off that screwdriver, there we go. I'm not minded if the clip flies out, as long as it doesn't fly. There we go. Well, that didn't go, that didn't fly anywhere, did it? That was good. So what we'll do, we'll see if we can get a pair of pliers and just lift the gear off. Say it's going to piss about, it should come off with the door open or closed. And I'm not too bothered about this gear because it's broke anyway. It's got a tooth missing off it. Right, just lift the washer off if it'll come. You know, you can spend more time lifting the bloody, don't know where that went, not that it matters. You can spend more time lifting the bloody washer off. There we are. But this gear, I'll just show you folks, this gear actually has a tooth missing from it. If I show you, go to one of the other cameras, go to number 2. Right, and basically the tooth actually shears off there. One of them teeth actually shear off, and it happens with all these gears. Don't know whether you can see that, but it's got a tooth missing, and that's what happens with them. So what we need to do next is we need to put our good gear onto this mechanism. There we are. Right, push the washer on. Now, this could be tricky. Putting the clip on, because the clips are always tricky to get on. Luckily we've got 2, so if one flies off somewhere, and I'm not sure if we're all the way in with that gear actually, because that clip, are we all the way down? Here we are. So that should, just lift that off there a minute. That washer lift that washer off. Are we all the way in on that clip? Might not be all the way in, so what we'll do, we'll open the door. What we'll do, we'll open the door. There we go. What we'll do, we'll roll the door open and close, and that'll, it's all the way on. it's a pain in the ass. Right, get here. Right, well, I don't like the fact them bits all fall off. There we go. Now, let's just see if we can that's as far as that'll go. That's as far as that'll go. It doesn't go any further down than that. I wonder if the gears are slightly different sizes. It works, but I wonder if that gear, I think that gear is actually slightly thicker than that one. Never mind. Who cares? Right. Let's drop that into there. That's it, we're in. And it doesn't look like there's going to be much movement in that. Now let's see. See how it works. Let's get this wire's all in the way. That wire shouldn't even be on that side, it should be on the other side. Right, so what we'll do now, we'll open the door. That's perfect. Right, well I'm hoping that there we go, bring that back. And that should just lock in, it does. Right. So what we'll do next, we'll change the switch. Right. Who have we got on? We'll let a few more people get on with the chat before I go and we'll sit over there. Right. Get that out of the way. Get this crap out of the way here. Move that out of the way. I mean, there's certain things in these that are actually worth and I want to be careful because this is the one we're using. I don't want to cut any wires. And yeah, we'll manage that. Now, there's the small screwdriver. Always use the right tool for the job, if you can. And if you can't, then buy the right tool. You know, never use a screwdriver that's too big. It just fucks the screws up. And we've got to get that screw back. Where have you gone? Dropped into the front. But it'll come out. There it is. That was lucky. Right. And I just hope this relay is okay, because that's a common failure point on these. Now, so what we'll do, we'll lift the switch out. See, this switch is actually broken. One off. No. 2 off. Get rid of that. Just clip them down a little bit because the wire does shrink a little bit on them. So what we'll do now, we'll don't know what that was. There we go. It doesn't matter which way we put this in, which way we wire it, that is, because it's a switch. So see if the other wire's a bit thinner. Hang on, we've got a bit of a thick. Try that. Yep, perfect. Bend that over. Get the solder. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, this mechanism is meant to work, but whether it does is another matter. So basically, there we are. That's our wires soldered on. Now, right, and that goes there. Putting this back in is going to be a bit of a bummer. I mean, getting it out was okay. Putting it back in could be a real challenge. Maybe not. It has to go back. Yeah, because that goes round. I better make sure I get this right. Let's just open that and see which way round. Oh, hang on. Right. Right, well that's what position's that one in there, because it's doing in the wrong position, that, because the switch being broke. There's always a reason why switches are broke. So let me just check that. I've not fully fitted the switch yet. Not fully committed. So I like to... Hey Steve! I can just make it out there, mate. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, because that went... Yeah, because... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's right. Let's turn this back round. Oh, here we are. There we go. Make sure it doesn't drop off. No, we're good. Right. That's done. And that's done. And that's how that goes. Just a switch that was broken. I hope that's all that was wrong with it, but we're going to find out in a couple of minutes. Because we can bring the main unit back up in a minute and plug this thing in and see if it's going to work. That belt there might need to be replaced, but the turntable one certainly doesn't. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to finish my brew. I'll finish my brew, come over there, and then I'll bring the main unit back up and we'll plug it in and put the deck back in and see where we go to. Right, what's Steve got to say? I'm not doing too bad, thanks, Byron. I'm quite good, mate. Very good. What else? Let's see what Steve's saying. Hi Andy, I will be dropping in and out. I have an interesting problem of my own. Right. Yes, you have a battery, a valve radio with bits missing. Lovely. That's how we like them though, Steve. You know, we don't like them get them all in one piece. We like them with bits missing. You know, I mean, you know, we do. Let's go back to the full camera view. Let's go back to the full camera view before camera 2 decides it wants to take a dump on me. There we go. Which it hasn't yet, but you never know. Who's this? Yeah, that's... Hang on! Somebody at my door. Who is it? Amazon. Right. Yes? All right, cheers. In. See who these are for. These are for shit that my daughter's ordered. Yeah. Don't know what she's ordered, don't care. Right. Right, so what we'll do, we shall now, we shall now bring the other part of the main unit up. We'll just put this down on the floor for a minute, because I'm not going to be able to have this up here as well as that, and that's upside down. That's why all the bits slide off. That's it. I need to remember to put all them trims back in. Put that down there. Oh. Right, well, we've got a dirty big hole where the record player should be, so let's fill that in straight away. Do you know what gets me is, you can usually get them from the front, but what I want to do, I want to make sure that nothing's trapped, and just get a screwdriver, yeah, plug that into there, move these wires. We don't want to short anything, do we? Don't want to blow it up live on camera, do I? Although if it doesn't work, that is a very good possibility it could get EOL'd. There is a distinct possibility that could even happen on one of these videos. And I'm going to just put a screw in the top here. Only one, because it only needs to be just held in, so that I can, I'm not going to mess about plugging speakers in. I'll plug my headphones in, because the speakers I've got on the bench have got no plugs on them. So I'm going to plug my headphones in, and we'll do it that way, and just chuck a record on that, I know. There we go. There. Let's plug this in. We'll see if we, I'm not expecting anything dramatic here. Oh, I didn't like the sound of that. But it isn't opening. I didn't like the sound of that noise, actually. Let's see if we can turn it round and have a look. I'll say my switches, I'll say it's busted the bloody switch. Or I'll put it the wrong way fucking round. But there's not much happening with that. Let's undo it. And have a look. I didn't like the sound of that. We'll leave that plug, no, we'll unplug it because in case I need the extra space to pull it out. Right. Hello Mike, hope you and the missus are okay. Yeah, we're just struggling with this at the moment. And have I broken it? That's the question. Because it's supposed to open and it didn't. And that is not right. And that is not right. That is not right. Let me just hope I've not broken the switch. If I've broken the switch, it's game over. No, I haven't. So why? I don't understand that. I put the switch in the correct way. Just move that back a bit. There we go. I don't understand that. The switch is in the correct way. Let's double check it. Double check. I could have put it the wrong way, but I don't think I did. Let's pull this out and have a look. Oh, it definitely goes that way. Or does it? So we'll do. We'll try it that way. Nothing to lose, have we? In case I did put it the wrong way, it is possible, and it's not highly unlikely either. It is possible that I could have put it the wrong way. So what we'll do, we'll put it this way. I have got the manual for this, so if I have to refer to it, it's not a problem. But I like to try and do it without the manual if I can, because if I don't have to spend time reading the manual. Where's that other bloody hole? Let's move this. Yeah, it goes that way. Yeah, it does. It goes that way. Yeah. That's it. It goes that way. Whew. Because then that should wind down, and that should switch it off. Didn't like the sound of that. Let's bring that back over the top there. That's it. That needs to close. That's catching. That's catching. Oh. That's it. Right, that shouldn't move any further than that. There we go. See, this unit could be faulty. I don't know. I got it given, so I don't even know. I might end up going back to using the one that originally came with it. But there we are. Now, that should make sure that the wires are all out of the way. Right, where's the open and close? It doesn't open and close. So let's try right. See if it'll even spin a record. Just find out. But it's not doing much of anything. A side's lit up. Play. Nope. Nope. Doesn't even play. Right, well that clip's open. That's opening now. There we go. But it's opening. Right. But it's not bloody doing anything else. Thought it would be too good to be true. Right, let's turn this plug off. Now let's have a look. I thought it'd be too good to be bloody true. Well. We could always throw the other one back in, it's not an issue. Just that I was hoping this one was going to be a bit better. Because right, so let's lift this out. There we go. Now let's see. No. turn that off a minute, because I can't really see. I've got a wire wrapped around there, but that wouldn't stop it. Them wires wouldn't stop it. Well, that's right. So I wonder if there's a fault on that board. I wonder if that board's got a fault on it. I wonder if that board's got a fault on it, because nothing's doing anything. These are not doing absolutely anything. Let's try winding that. Oh, hang on, it's not turned on. Oh, yeah, it is. So yeah, I think there's a problem with that. Yep, never mind. Let's go back to my own. Means I've got to change the belt. And that's what I was avoiding, that's what I was trying to avoid doing. So let's get this gear back off here and the switch. Let's take all my parts back off here. Get the clip. There we go. Let's take all my bits back off here. Because obviously that chip there's not getting warm, is it? No. I'm not messing about with it. I'm just gonna take my bits back off here and I'll come over and have a look at the chat in a minute. But I'll come and get my bits back off here. There we go. Right, so yeah, the switch isn't broke, luckily. But it goes in that way. Sure it does. One off. Two off. That there. Take all the bits back off, and I may as well get the belt while I'm here. I want that gear. It's got to go back on. And while I'm here, I may as well get the belt. That belt feels better than the one that's on mine. So here goes, folks. This is how you change the belt. For those who've never done it before. Oh, and that was horrible. It's cold. Right. All we do, change the belt, is simple. I'm going to unplug the motor. Take the motor off. That's dirty. We'll see if that's any better than the motor we've got. Now what we do, all these little trim pieces that fall off, you just catch them and they fall off. Right. Now there are people who say you can do this with everything in place, and I'll tell you now, for those that think you can, you bloody can't. Because if you could, I would be doing. I wouldn't be going through all the hassle taking this apart. Right, do we have enough height there now? Oh. Would help if I knew where the belt was. Oh, it's there. Now. D. Right. And you can't get a screwdriver in there either, so you have to take this bloody circuit board off. But luckily I've already done this before, so right. I'll come over and have a break in a minute, have a chat with you all and just get this belt off. Yeah, I think Jay's turning up sometime this afternoon. Right, what I need to do is move these cable holders out of the way. Move the circuit board out of the way. So then we can get to these then. No, I just thought I could have just used this mechanism, but obviously no. Now all we do, move all our junk out of the way, get rid of this. There we are. Right, let's shift this out of the way, because we don't need that, and that's a lot lighter. Right, There we go. Now, to get the turntable belt off, we just, there you go. See? Also check the bearing on mine as well. Look how smooth they are. Yeah. So we'll stick that out, stick that down there for now. Right. That belt's in lovely condition. The one on mine's a bit more stretchy and that's why it's causing wow and flutter. Put that there for a minute. Bring my mechanism back up. Oh. Right. Put the switch back on. Right. That's it. Right. Let's just clip this down a bit so that it looks, that's it. Bit of solder. There we go. Right. See, that switch is in the same position as that. That's, well, this one here we know is actually in the correct place because it hasn't been moved. So and you can tell that that goes that way because it presses that way. Yeah. Right, that's good. And that definitely goes in. It definitely goes that way. Right, let's get the screws back in. That definitely goes that way, that's for sure. Going through. Get in. Something's cross-threaded. There we are. Right, that's that one. Now if I push that there, that's wrong. Well, that definitely goes like that. So if I now get the other screw, that definitely goes like that. Yeah, because that's just clicked into place, and that's how it goes. Because that, there we are, it releases it that way. Yeah. There we go. Let's put the gear back on. And the clip. Right. Well, I've got to do the belt on this one as well, haven't I? The drive belt for the motor. That's gone in. Let's find my clip. There it is. Don't want to drop it. Not there a minute. Try and lift it with the screwdriver. And just place it into position. Get in there, you fucking, pardon my language. There. That's that back as it should be. Now we need a belt to go from there to there. And that should be easy enough. Now, see if we've got a new one. If not, then I'll just steal the one off that one. Oh, there's one there, looks nice and chunky. That one will do it. The last belt snapped. Oh. Oh yeah. That might be a bit too big or too tight actually. But what we'll do, we'll pull, because we've got to do the drive belt yet. Dee. Yeah, that's all clean. Does that fit in the jaws of the pulley? It's perfect. It might be a bit too bloody tight though. I don't want to undo that one. If I think you've got to undo that one as well, but I'd rather not. I'd rather not. I think you can just get in there. There we go. I think this belt might be a bit too small. It's got caught up there now, so I can't get it back out. Rather than struggling with it all day. Take that off there a minute. Now I can get to that. Get the bloody belt off. Push that out that way. There we go. Now I think that's too small, that belt. The other one, because it has to go from there to there really. From there to there, so yeah, let's find another one. Let's get the one off that and see how big that one is. Yeah, it was a bit too heavy, that belt, a bit too big as well by the look of it. Get rid of that. Yeah, the other one that was well too small that I was putting on, wasn't it? There we go. Right. See if we've got one that size, or a little bit smaller to be honest, because that one was stretched. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Got a turntable belt there. Don't know whether it will be good, because it wouldn't be saved otherwise. Another one. I've got a few of them. Now let's have a look at these. See, they're too stretchy, and that one, that's just right. The new ones that you buy, they're crap. There's just too much giving them. That's the problem. Just too much giving. I'm going to put that one on, even though it's old. I'm putting that one on. The reason why I'm doing that is because I'll get that into there, that into there. That into there. Make sure we're in the groove. We are. Turn the motor back round, and this has to sit in. Has to go under the turntable and it has to sit in a groove. That's it. Yeah. Before we change the belt, we'll actually try it to make sure it works. Because if it doesn't, then I'll get the manual out, and I mean that switch can only go one way or the other, and I think the way I've put it's the right way. Right, that's that. Put this doofer back on. Which is your, what do you call it? It's your slow release. Soft eject if you like. We'll nip the other screw up in a second. We're just gonna make sure that the damn thing works before I go to the trouble of stripping all that belt off. It did work till that belt snapped. And all I've done with this is taken the switch off it, so I don't expect it not to work. But you never know. These things do have, these things, see how open this thing, see how easy this thing opens, that'll give me an idea. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. So if I now bring the main unit, there we go. Drop that over the front for a minute. Place the main, place that back into there. Turn them screws in, just one of them. We only want one in. I'm just hoping it didn't blow any bloody fuses are out. I don't think it did. Oh, hang on. Shit! Wow, my camera's just fell down. Hope it hasn't broke it. Wow! The hell's that happened? Must have pulled something. Let's shove it back up there. Hope I haven't broke my camera. No. We appear to be still working. There we go. All this crap on here. Right. Don't know what happened there. Let's turn that way. Turn the camera back round. There we go. Don't know what happened there, but didn't touch anything, so bloody hell, all this shit falling off here. There we go. Are we back in place? just about. Don't know what happened there, but let's make sure my plugs have not come out. No, we're okay. There we go. Right. Right, well, you won't have seen any of that because it froze anyway, so let's sort that out. There we go. Fancy my camera falling. Yeah, shit happens. Let's go back to here. So my camera's not busted. No, we're not. We're still working. Let's just straighten it up. It's well out of position now, this camera. Right. I think I know what did it. Are we? I think I just caught something on it, to be honest. Pulled the camera down. Needs to be over that side. That's it. There we go. Just trying to get it straight. That'll do. Just hope it doesn't fall down again. Right. Well, that was a bit of a... There we go, camera 2, it's working. It's a bit far over that side though, it's a bit far over that side. Want it about there. See, that just falls there. What I could do with doing is putting something underneath that. Something like, I don't know, a couple of these bug catchers off these knobs. I'll show a couple of them under there to just no, that doesn't make any difference. That does. There we go. Fuck it. That'll do. Right. So we ended up a load of stuff falling over and the camera coming down. Lovely. So let's plug these back in. We're not too bothered about the tone arm one. The tone arm one's not really an issue because that's just to the tone arm, that. No. And I've trapped the wire that goes there. Oh, for Jesus. The wire that goes there is underneath the bloody mechanism. So it ain't gonna work, is it, without that? Right, so if I now lift this up, there it is. Fancy me camera falling down. We're getting all the excitement today, aren't we, folks? Getting a lot of excitement today. That could have been disastrous, that. Right. Well, I'm hoping that this is now going to be the same state as it was before I took it apart. Make sure that they can't short anywhere. I think I've put that switch. I think I've definitely put that switch in the wrong way up. Let's just turn that plug socket off. Best to be safe. Unplug these. Because you can't. Yeah, so I must have. Either that or the damn thing's developed another bloody fault that I don't know about. There we go. Now let's have a look. I'm pretty sure that switch is right. Let's shove that back. Have a look. Well, the only thing to do really is try it the other way, innit? Wait a minute. Just try it the other way. I mean, it can either go one way or the other. It can either go that way or it can go that way. It can't go both. So it goes one way or the other, basically. I should have took a freaking photograph of it. Well, it's not a problem, I can look in the manual, but I shouldn't need to. Trying to get the, there we go, the switch in position. That has to go under there. And go into there. That's it. Push that down. Just make sure this one's a little bit loose so we can get that one into position. I think that's how it went, but that being said, I thought it went the other way as well. Right. I'll actually give this a service while it's out. you know, the cassette deck and stuff. Probably do that even, because that's if I get the bloody record player to work. If I don't, a lot will go in the goddamn bin. Half a fucking screws come out of there. Let's get that, all that, so I don't any of them. There we go. Oh, I can't get me bloody. Hang on. I'll tell you what, let's plug it in. Fancy that screw dropping on the floor. Let's plug it in. Just plug it in, see if the damn thing works. I can just hold it. Nothing. Can hear the motor running. That motor's running. That motor's running, so let's just disconnect the tone arm wire. There we go, gives me a bit more grace. That motor's running. But nothing else is happening. That's wrong. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Let's have a look. See where that and I think the switch has just broke. Something's just broke. Yep. Oh, you fucker. Oh no, it hasn't. How's it? We'll just snap that off. See what happens. That motor's running. There's an issue somewhere. That's not right. So we've got something somewhere wrong. Right. So what is it? Right. Right, that is supposed to go up. hit the switch and stop. But that's weird. Right, so that's all good and tight. That was a bit loose, I said. It's not now. Didn't snap that off there, did I? Think I broke that, you know. That's no problem. Let's see if anything falls out of this. I'm sure I heard something break. No. Right. So that basically the motor isn't stopping, so it's not switching the motor off for some daft reason. Right. And I'm wondering, I'm going to wind that all the way around as far as it will go. I think that could be the issue. All that does is winds the tone arms round. And the solenoid is supposed to fire that to open and close the door. Let's see where the tone arms are. Probably right across. Yeah, they're at the end of their travel. So basically that winds back. That winds back. That winds back. That's weird. That winds back. And that should put the tone arms. Yeah, I broke that switch. Yeah, that's what I've done. Let's take that switch out. That switch is not clicking. So, looks like that might be looks like I might have wrecked the bloody switch. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, get a replacement's not a problem, but I don't want to do that. So if it's broke and I can't mend it, I'm going to have to postpone it. Oops, there we go. Let's have a look. Yep, the little metal things come out of there. It's not broke the actual switch, it's just the metal things come out. So now I need to try and find that and put it back in. Now that could be a problem. There it is. When it's not snapped, they are designed to go back in. But I don't know how. Because that has to clip in. It looks like we're going to be maybe ordering a new switch, because it looks like I've broken it. That's supposed to go in there. That goes in the front. And oh yeah, that's how it goes. I can see how it goes now. I get my screwdriver. Oops. I can see how it goes. Whether I can get it in is another matter. I can see how it goes. That's in there, that's correct. And then this part comes forward and clips into there. Has that gone in there? Yeah. Well, that's not right. Where's my pliers? Yeah. There we go. Come out. So basically, right, we can't see out there, can we? Let's change camera views. Don't think it's frozen this time. Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. Oh, I'm fucking sick of this. There we go. Fucking sick of it. Right, so that is supposed to go in, because it has to push that down. It's supposed to push that down. I think it goes. I'm going to have a look at one of them switches to see how they go, because put that there so I don't lose it. I'm going to have to go and have a look at them because I can't see how. I haven't got another one the same, don't think, no. The only one on the old bloody mechanism. There would be. Oh, hang on, no there's not. No, there's not, there's another one here. There's another one here. Let's have a look at this one. I'll tell you what, we'll take it off the other mechanism. Let's move this up here. We'll take it off the other mechanism. And then we don't have to worry about how it goes, do we? Because we can just use this one bloody switch. And that doesn't want to come off. And I keep getting text messages. Who's that? Oh, it's Jay. Oh, it's Jay, yeah. Oh, Jay's coming about 6-ish. Just reply to him quickly. There we go. Right, let's try a bigger screwdriver because that doesn't want to come out. There we are. A bit stiff, that one. But we'll get this one out. There's another one there as well. But we've got plenty of them. That one don't want to bloody come out. Can I not? I don't want to break it. There we go. Let's see if I can. That's got it. Generally if you don't come out, you give it a light push. That screw's stuck in. It's like it's. I've got it loose, but it. That doesn't want to come out. Never mind. Let's scraps out. Bloody mithering me, standing there whinging. You've been fed, you've been out, you've had your jumbo. Don't know where me fill it and the other bloody, there it is. See, luckily there's plenty of these switches in this. Just nab that one. Out! And I can see that now it works. We've got that one. And that one won't bloody move either. A bit stiff, some of these. Where's the fucking pliers? Pardon the language, but this is getting to me. This gets to me after a bit. Right, just clip that off. There. Right. That's being used for scrap anyway. Now what I'll do now, I'll just get the pliers on here and turn it out with the pliers. Because what they do, they put that Loctite stuff on it and it jams the screws in. That's what it is really. Right, let's have a look at how this is done. Yeah, it's done the way I thought it was. But anyway, so let's have a look. And just out of interest, so see if we can repair the switch. Just out of interest. Right, so it comes there. And that's the front of the switch. It's not broken. And it does go the way I thought it did. So that goes there. And that goes, yeah, that goes into the front, the groove goes, the slot goes into the front there. That goes into the front. But just nice to try and get this, try and repair the switch. The problem is, being left-handed doesn't help. I think that's bent as well. That's got it. Now, do you know I hate being left-handed because everything's designed for right-handed people. Now if I get the screws, we'll get the pliers, because that's in the right place. Now if I can just get the pliers, no I can't because it'll bend, it'll twist. Let's try the screwdriver. You know, it would probably be easier to just change the switch, and you're all probably saying change this bloody okay. You're right folks, I agree. Right. Just change the damn switch. Well, whoever put that one together didn't go to the trouble of putting it through the hole, because it isn't through the hole, it's on the top. No, it's not. That's one out. There we go. Right, let's just sort the camera situation back out, because number 2 froze again. So what we'll do, we'll go back to, I'll let him out for a piss in a minute. I'll come over and have a chat with you. Let's just go back to number 2. Yeah. Scraps! I don't even know what time it is. 4 o'clock almost. Well, a minute to go. Out! I said in a minute. Don't be shouting. Don't know why dogs just don't get the message. You know, you tell him. And I don't like shouting at him, I really don't. I mean, but you tell him. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to come over and have a chat with. We'll go to that view there. I'm going to come over. I'm going to let him out for a pee, and then I'm going to come back over, and I'm going to have a chat with you lot. And so I had the switch right. So I don't know why the damn thing's not working, because it did work. You could put a record in it. You could open the door from behind and put a record in it, and it would play. So, you know, I don't understand. Move. Wait there. Go on. Yeah. Oh. Right, let's see. Hurry up, it's bloody freezing. Come on. Scraps. Right, come on. Come on. Come on in. Standing here all day. Come on. In you go. Good boy. There we go. Ooh. God, that cold really bites into you. Fucking horrible. Right, so let's see what everyone's saying on the chat. So yeah, right, let's have a look. Let's go right to the top. Yeah, I've read all that up there. Mike saying hello. What's that I have? It's a Vertical Music Centre, Mike. Sharp VZ3000. Glad you and the missus are doing good. Yeah. No, it's not an Allen Sugar shitter, Mike. It's a bit better than that. But what's the problem with it? The problem was the belt had snapped. But now the damn thing doesn't work at all. It's and all I've done is what I should have done was just left the switch on there. But that switch can only go one way or the other. And I now know it goes the other way, so Right, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's hello Harvey. Yeah, nice as hello Simon. Well, hello everybody really. Right, let's get back to this. See if I can somehow rescue the damn thing. Right, so the switch we're going to use is this one. And we know this is a good one, so let's solder our wires to it. That's that one. That's that one. They're soldered on. Now, that goes that way, that switch. It has to. It has to go that way. Because when the tone arms are fully back, and I want that to go that way because I want the tone arms at the full extent of their travel. I want them back in the neutral position. And I think, yeah, that comes along there. I can also check that these switches here, I mean, what's that one supposed to do? That's supposed to, don't know what that's there for. I mean, there's a reason for it, obviously. So this comes along here, this then must come behind here, keep winding that round. Let's see where the tone arms are. Right, well, the tone arms are moving back to back to the end where they should be. That's where they're going. And that. And that. That doesn't go any further now, it stops there. Which means that that has to be, let's wind that back up a bit. Now, what does that switch there do? That switch there doesn't seem to do anything. What's that switch meant to do? Oh, that one comes down. When that comes down, it hits that one, tells it that it's open, and that one tells it that it's closed. So that one tells it it's open to stop the motor, and that one tells it it's closed. So that's what that one does. Right. Now I'm sure it goes that way. Certain it does. I think this right. Move that out of the way. I'm sure it goes that way. Out! Right. Right. Right, I'm going to put that in that way. Right. Small screwdriver. Because I think it goes that way. It doesn't work this time. I'm going to just and I think that's the wrong screw I put in there. That's the one that's got an head chewed off it. It doesn't make any difference. Not for the moment. Get in. There we go. Push that down. That should lock into there. There we go. Doesn't matter if it's loose on one side, because we can get that in a minute. Now that string feels loose, and it shouldn't. That feels right. Now let's see. Pretty sure that's how it goes. But it comes off there. No, it doesn't. It can't do. It can't go that way. See, I'm not happy with it, you see. I'm not happy. And that's the one that's got the screw. That's the one that's got the. That's the one that's got the head chewed. So I'll get rid of that. We'll replace it with that one. I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with the board because it was working. I'm pretty sure it goes. Just try and get that into there. pain because you've got wires to get round. You've got to find the screw. I think we've got that one. Yeah. But I think we're in the wrong bloody hole. No, we can't be. Oh, we're in the right hole. And that's it. That goes in there. And then that comes winds round. Click, stops it. That's it. Well, that's how it goes. Sure, that's how it goes. If it doesn't work this time, I'm going to have to look at the manual. So let's plug this. Move them out of the way. I have to bring this a bit further forward towards me and try and not pull anything off the shelf like the bloody cameras. Let's just not worry about the tone arm wires. It's just the whoops. Just the mechanism wires. Plug them on there. Alright, move that. There we go. May as well plug the tone arm wires on as I'm here. Right. I hope this hasn't got an uncurable fault because I like this machine. No motor. Ah! Oh no. Hang on. It clicked. There, it's opening. It opened that time. Close. We've got a dodgy switch. Hang on. What have we got? Oh, there we are. Yeah, apparently. Yes. So all we've got to do now is change the drive belt. So it's working actually now, folks. So if I press arms are going back and I put my finger there and hold that. They are. We'll have to sort that out. That's only because everything's not in place. But if I press the they are. That's because it's all not in place. It's working, folks. I'm going to have a break for a minute. I'm going to sit and have a break for a minute before I change that belt. What we'll do, we'll get the we'll get the mechanism back unplugged. So now that side's all done. Oh, that's the wrong plug. So what we need to do next is just change that belt, because then we can get rid of our wow and flutter. Or wow anyway. Right. Let's put that there. So we fixed this side of it, folks. This side of it's all fixed. That was a bit of a palaver, wasn't it? That was a bit of a palaver. Yeah, so basically, well, persistent. Well, to be honest with you, Mike, you are absolutely bang on in what you say. You've hit the nail right on the head. Persistence pays off. But I was certain that there was nothing wrong with that machine. I was certain there was nothing wrong with that machine when I took it up, before I took it apart, because all that was wrong with it was the belt had snapped. That's all that was wrong with it. So I didn't understand why it didn't work. I can understand why that one down there doesn't work, because it's probably got a fault. But I think it was just the. I think it was just the. I did put the switch the wrong way up. I will own up to that, because I own up. I've got here. I got these off the Christine earlier. She brought these over for me. Box of Quality Street. Do you know, I'd like to offer you all one, but there's one problem. Why is it you open them, they smell like alcohol? You know? Yeah. Do you know what I hate? Absolutely can't stand it when people open these and they put all the empty wrappers back in the tin. It could have even been a dirty switch, Mike. It could have been. You know, it could have been a bad switch. The switch that I was going to use, that could have been a dirty switch. Could have been a bad switch. I'm not ruling that out. The switch could have gone bad. Yeah, absolutely. But you know, we're back on it now. We've got it. You know, we're basically got it back to how it was. Other than I've replaced the belt, and what we're going to do in a minute, we're going to replace the turntable belt. And no, you don't get as many, do you? And they're not even tins now, Mike, they're bloody plastic. You know, they're just plastic tubs now. I mean, you don't get as many as you used to get. I mean, and to be honest with you, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think they're as nice as they used to be either. You know, I just don't think the quality is there in the Quality Street anymore. You know, but there again, well, that's it. I mean, Yeah, she asked me which one I wanted, so I said I'll have the Quality Street. Because I like every single one of them that are in the Quality Street. There's none of them I don't like. The worst ones are the roses. Them Cadbury's roses, they're absolutely terrible things. I mean, they're all horrible. The fillings in the soft centres are not even nice. I can't get on with them. And I'm like a pig, I'll eat anything. But I have the choice between roses, heroes, celebrations, whatever. You know, the heroes are not bad, the celebrations are not bad. I mean, the celebrations, they're just miniature versions, they're made by Mars. They're just miniature versions of Mars products. But, even though the quality has gone down a bit, the Quality Street are still by far the best. And they're made by Nestle these days, aren't they? Which used to be Nestles. I think they only changed it to Nestle because the Americans can't say Nestles. It's like they changed the name to Marathon. They changed the name from Marathon to Snickers because certain people in the world can't say Marathon, but everybody can say Snickers. And I thought it was sacrilege when he did that. Yeah, they were at one time, mate. I agree. You know, roses were good at one time, but over the last 10 years, they're sort of gone crap. You know when I've got a tin of roses, you know, you can always tell when I've got a tin of roses. I offer everybody one. I even put them in bowls on the table and on the coffee table and leave them out, and people can just have one because I'm not a lover of them. I just don't think they're nice. There's somebody coming up my path. Cool. Don't know. The only ones in the Quality Street that I'm not really that keen on are these ones that are filled with liquid toffee. I mean, they're not bad, but yeah, you know, they're. I generally eat them last. Then they've got a peanut in them as well. Yeah. I like them ones and all they're full, they've got coconut in them. I'll have that and then I'll call it a day. Yeah, but I don't like it when people take one and then put the wrap on. When they eat the sweets, they put the wrappers back in the tin. Because you have to fight through the wrappers to get what's left. Oh, that was a good shot. I just threw that in the bin and it landed in an old pot noodle container. Anyway, so my mic, I'm really glad I got it working again, because I actually like this music centre quite a lot. I do like it a lot, and it's just nice and slim, and it sits on the other side of the small bench there. I think it's someone going to next door probably. Anyway, let's go back to number 2, and what we'll do, we will get the belt, we'll get the old belt off and get the other belt on. There we go. Oh. Yeah, you can tell that when it sounds horrible this when it's playing. Let's just disconnect that motor. Not that we need to, I don't think, but I will anyway, because I'm going to check it. I'm going to see how it feels against that motor that's in it, because I'm sure that one feels a bit. This one feels a bit grunchy. But all they are really, they're just a cassette motor really. I mean, they're yeah, I will take the motor out because it's easier. But the reason why these things were beyond economical repair when they were new was for this very reason. Because of the time it takes to change the drive belt on the turntable. It's just an issue, you see, and when they ran out of warranty, that feels alright actually, so we'll carry on using that one. Make sure my bracket's not bent, because it did get bent at one time and I straightened it, so we're going to check because of that one. And that's easy to do. And that one's dead straight, and that one's slightly bent. And I'm hoping I can do it with these pliers, because I lent my big pliers to Dylan over the road the other night, and I haven't got them back yet. That's it. Well, that's too much. Yeah. That's it. Right. Right. Drive belt. That drive belt's in really good nick. And I'll show you what I mean in a minute, but the modern, more newer ones, they've got more give in them and they cause wound flutter, like the cassette recorder belts. You know, they're just thinner than what they were back then, and they've just not got enough give in them. So if I just move that to there, there we go. There we go. Lovely. Another common problem with these is that relay there, as I've said. That's a common issue with these machines. Right, so what I need to do next is move them screws, move them motors. I'll probably use that motor because the bracket hasn't been twisted and bent on it, so I'll probably use that one. So what I need to do now is lift this up, try and lift this all together. This should all, I mean, it's all been tied on with bits of wire and string, and I'm hoping I don't have to undo any of this to get the bloody belt off and get the other one on, because if I do, then can I'll tell you what I'll do. Yeah, because I put this wire in here because we were having wires touching places where they shouldn't and obstructing the mechanism, so, and there we go, because I snipped all the cable ties off, and I fed that through there, and then that was a bit of a pain in the ass. I didn't expect it ever to come back out though. Ah, sorry. I wasn't expecting to ever take it back apart, but I should have known. Just grip that with them. I'm not going to cut it. See, it's sod it. There we go. Now let's see if we can lift that a bit higher now. There we go. Unplug that. Get that belt out. There we go. And there we go. It's a bit grubby, that belt, but that wasn't causing the problem. See that there, you can stretch it and it takes a bit of time to go back to its original shape. Whereas this one, which I'm just going to give a wipe with my shirt, make sure there's no grease on it or crap, so we get maximum traction, if you like. There we go. And that's a much better belt. That really feels much better. Now I want to pass it through this way because I don't want to go near these gears here because they've got grease on them. So I want to go through that, go over there. Move that a minute. over there. I'll tell you what. Right, now I've got to lift that up because I've got to go under there. Right, are we under the turntable? Because we want to be on this side of it. I mean, see, I'm not bothered about getting that there. I'm more bothered about getting this. Right, well I think we're on the right, I think we're right the way around where we need to be now. Yeah. So, make sure that this because we don't want it to go yeah, we're there. So I want it here, there, there, and there. And this is why these things were beyond. This is why these things weren't repaired. Let's get this one off here because I'm not going to be able to get that on. Get that off there. I can always find new wire ties to go in places. Right, get that out of the way. Right, get all this lot out of the way. There we go. And I just bumped the camera. Never mind. Get this out of the way. Not worry about that there, we shouldn't have a problem. I think we're in the right position, but it's getting it feeding it through. And we're on that grease, we don't want to be on that. Yeah, we're where we want to be. We're in the middle of the turntable anyway, so we should be able to. I don't want to take. I'm gonna have to Right, let's. Oh, I don't want to clip through wires. Clip through the knot. There we are. Right. There we go. That's easier. Now I can drop all that onto there, and that's why these things were deemed as not being repairable, just purely because of this. I know you can't see much at the moment, but I'm only feeding the belt through. There we are. Right. So if I put the belt, tell you what, you know, it's a real pain in the ass to do this. Now, but what we do, we just flip the belt. Oh, you bugger, had that on there. So let's get the belt where we need it. There we go. And just get it where we want it. That's correct. Make sure it's not doesn't twist. Right, let's put you on a different view so you can see things. There we are. Right. So what we're going to do, we're going to go down there, round there, and that's how you do it. Whoops. There you go. And what you do, you leave your belt to just rest on your turntable rim like that, and we can check the bearing while we're here. And as you can see, there's nothing wrong with the bearing. That's perfect. So what we can do now, we can now put the, that a bit of shit there? Oh. Scraps! It's too early. So what we need to do next is put everything back, and these actually have locators, so that it actually sits, there we are, so that everything sits dead straight and level. And what we do then, we just pop the screws back in. Doesn't matter what screws we use because they're all machine fed screws. So there's actually a few screws missing out of the case on this, and I've got plenty of screws. I've got my box of screws at the side of me here. I'll put some in that are missing. I'll replace all the ones that are missing, because I'll be honest with you, this is not coming apart again. I don't care. This is not coming apart again. So it's got no choice. It's got to work. Now we'll put the motor back on, and we'll use the other motor. The reason why, and that's nice and clean, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm just checking it. I'm going to use this motor because the bracket's not been bent or messed with. Right. Now this is where we want to have screws ready, because what we need to do here, we don't want the belt coming off. And the problem is getting your fingers in, especially when you've got big fat sausages like mine. Yeah, that's lovely and straight. Just turn that, make sure. We're caught up here somewhere, because that should turn a bit freer than that. So what's happening? There we go. That's it, wires. There we go. Always check. There you see. It's perfect. I'll pop back over in a minute. I'll just screw the board back in, then I'll pop back over and we'll see who's joined the chat. and that goes back in. That looks like it goes that way, but it doesn't. Yes, it does. There we go. That's it. Let's bring, because we can strap all this back down. We can put all this back to where it needs to be. We can strap it all back. Just get all these wires here. Make sure nothing gets trapped anywhere, because we don't want to spend the rest of the day looking for wires that are trapped, looking for faults because of trapped wires. Don't want any of that. So just slacken slightly, because there's a bit of play in that, so we want the holes central if we can get them like that. I might have to adjust the speeds because the drive belt might be a different size, so I might have to adjust the play speed, but that's no problem. I'll do it by ear to records I know. And move that. There we go. And we've got to remember we dropped a screw that goes in the top on the floor, so we'll find that after. There we go. There. Now let's find that screw I dropped before. It shouldn't be too difficult, it's a bloody long screw. Saying that, there it is. Do you know, why make life harder for myself? There we go. Use my little picker-upper, my magnetic, me telescopic magnet. Right. Well, I'm actually convinced that this is actually going to work. It's going to need a bit of tidying up. Move all this stuff out of the way. There we go. All the wires are going to have to be tidied up. But what we'll do, move that so it doesn't get caught in the mechanism. Bring the unit a bit further to me. Scraps! Go on! Out! When you freaking, you know, it's not even time yet. There we go. Right. Let's try not to knock everything off the shelf again like the camera. Where's the screwdriver? There it is. Get the old now, putting this in might be a problem. I hope I don't drop it. I'm hoping it's got a bit of magnetism. There we are. Let's get that lined up. That's it. Screw it in. We only need one in because we're just going to test it. I don't think that belt's going to be good enough. Might have to find another belt for the door, but for now. Right. That's that back together. Right. Turn it back round. Turn the plug on. Yeah, that belt's a bit knackered. Let's put this record in. I'll help the door up. That's catching. That's catching. Right, let's just stop that catching on the turntable.
Parcel come on there.
Yeah.
How many?
2.
Where are they?
Hey?
Where are they?
In the hallway, we do a brew.
I've got to get back.
Right, they're in the hallway.
Right.
Got some wires catching. It did go on to play.
Yeah, give us your cup.
Yeah, Jay's coming at 6.
It's cold out there.
Yes, I know it is.
The burger's on its way.
Oh, lovely. Well, Jay's coming at 6.
Right.
Has he had his jumbo?
Hey?
Did you give Scraps his jumbo?
Yeah.
Right.
Want tea or coffee?
Do us a cup of coffee for a change.
Got one tea bag.
Right, well I'll save that for you for the morning.
Want sugar?
Yeah, 2 sugars. Come out, you bugger. Wow. We'll just turn the plug off. Oh. That's it. There we go. What's happening is there's wires catching on the turntable. So I just want to tidy them up for a second. Yeah, all these wires down here, they're all hitting the turntable. So they all need to be tidied up really. We've got wires here hitting it. Now let's try that. Because at first I thought it was something. Right. At first I thought it was. Let's just try that. That's perfect. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to turn it back on. Oh, hang on. So let's press play. Just get me headphones. This is going to be some fun. Unwinding my headphones with one hand. It's going to be even more fun trying to put them on my head. Right, so let's get them on my bonds. Where's the headphone socket? I think it's there. Let's make sure the volume's turned down. We're on phono, yeah. We've only got one channel. Only got one channel. Yeah, we've got both channel. Oh, hang on, it could be the balance. It was the balance. Go back to A. Make sure we've got both channels. I don't even have to do the speed, it's spot on. La la la, we are. I'm walking in the rain. Tears are falling and I feel the pain. Wishing you were here by me to spend this misery. I wonder. Yeah. Why? Yeah, I'm happy with that. She ran away and I wonder
Hey Andy.
where she will stay.
Yeah.
My little runaway. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's working lovely, that. So I'm going to stop it. And...
Where's the card, Andy? You got Mildred got me.
What?
Where's the cards?
Card?
Yeah, you said
Oh, hang on a minute. You're a right mithering fucker, you know that, don't you? Yeah.
Where's my apple pie?
In the freezer, in the fridge. Listen, there's some pizzas in the fridge if you want to take them. There's special season ones. They got a biscuit and marshmallows and chocolate on them.
What, you want them?
No, take them. You and Laura might eat them. It's okay. They're still in date. Mildred only bought them Friday. I don't want them. What pizza? What biscuit pizza? Oh no. Read the instructions. I think you have to cook them. Right. Well, all I can tell you on that, folks, it is working, and it's working perfectly. It's a good job I decided. It's a good job I checked the balance, wasn't it, before I started messing about, because these things give trouble with the relay on the mechanism. And I replaced the relay twice on this. I bought 2 relays from America, and cost me $20, and one of them wouldn't play ball, so I put the other one in, and that seems to be behaving. So I'm just going to anchor it with one screw for now, because that'll hold it, because I've got to secure all the wires and stuff and route everything back as it should be. Let's come back over to the chat. Christine, where's that daft dog? Christine, bring the dog in. He's out the back and he wonder he's barking. Right. Another success, Mike. Thank you very much. Absolutely, that's done. No, it's not, Mike. I thought you'd spot it eventually, Mike. You know, that's what we call a brain fart, mate. We all do it, you know. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you stay safe as well, Mike, and give my regards to your missus. You probably will hear from me before, but if I don't, a Merry Christmas to you and your family. Absolutely. And Happy New Year as well, and I hope it's very prosperous. Yeah. Mind you, that being said, I hope mine is and all. We can hope. Anyway, you take it easy, Mike, and you know, I'm going to be here for a bit yet, so if you fancy dropping back in, you know where we are. And I'm going to actually have a look, see how many people are actually watching, because I don't know. I don't know who's watching and who's not, because it doesn't tell me on this program. I have to log in. Well, I don't log in, I'm permanently signed in, but I have to go to... Oh, Chris has put a video up. Someone else has put a video up. Have a look at Chris's video while I eat my tea later. What are we going to do now? I'm going to go to YouTube and see how many people are watching, because it will display. YouTube, yep. 10 people watching. Oh, it could be worse. You know, there could be 0. I mean, not bad. I can live with that. I'll look at Chris's video while I eat my tea later. There we go. 5 people like. It doesn't show you how many dislike now, does it? It just gives you the option to click on dislike. At one time it used to show you the likes and dislikes. It just shows you the likes now. That's no worries. But the VZ3000 is going to be back to rude health very, very soon. I'm going to leave this page open, and that way I can just go to it to check who's watching. But yeah, it's all yeah. So we've had it all today. We've had a bit of drama. We've had it deciding not to work. Then we've got it working after pissing about with a bloody switch. It could have been a bad switch, as Mike says. It could have been a dirty switch. But we've got it right now. It's working on both channels. So we're not going to mess with that. We're going to leave that as it is. What we're going to do, we're going to just tidy up all the wiring. I'll find something to put through it. I'll find some bits to put through, because I've got no cable ties really. I wish I had some small cable ties, and I could have just tied it all neatly. But I'll just use bits of wire like I used, and we'll put route all the wiring back nice and neat. I'm not going to do that on camera. I'll do that later. You don't need to see me do that. I'll probably do a demonstration of it tomorrow. Probably play the Philly Shave twist. I just haven't got any plugs on my speakers, and I can't be bothered shoving the wires in. And I have got the proper speakers for this unit. They're outside of my telly here. So I'm not going to mither. You know, it was just really the wound flutter that was the problem, and that belt that drives the door open and close, and that's still a problem. but I'm going to have to see about ordering one, because I'll have a look in my stuff, see if I've got one. If not, I'll just have to put up with it, because to be honest, go on, to be honest, I can't see me, go on, I can't see me pulling that apart again to just change a belt. So I've got a funny feeling that once this goes back together tonight, it ain't coming apart again. You know, I'll do all the cable routing off camera, because it's just a matter of putting the cables back. And if you ever work on one, then if you ever decide that you want to work on one of these things, just follow the original routing for the cables. But that belt, you can't put that, but you can't change that belt. There's no way you can change that belt with that turntable in place. There are those who say you can feed it in from behind. You can't. Well, I suppose if you wanted to spend all day with it, you probably could. But given that I didn't want to spend all day with it, just doing that one job, it's easier. It's easier to just feed. It's easier to take the mechanism apart and change the belt rather than mess about. I mean, you could be messing about all day. You could get some. You could probably do it with a couple of hooks, but why bother? Yeah, I know. It's well, you can back me up on that moon age daydream. You can back me up on that. That the machine does have to come apart to have the belt replaced. You can't do it otherwise. I mean, you can't feed it through the front. You know, because I've tried. You can't get it through. And you've just got to take the thing apart. It has to come apart to be done. You know, at the end of the day, and that's what made them. That's what made them beyond economical repair. When the when the belt failed and they were out of warranty, which they would be, because the belt would the belt would last about 5 years after the warranty had gone, maybe longer. And even a guy at Sharp, because back in the 90s, about 92, 93, I had one of those. I bought it for 10 quid at a car boot sale, and I give a tenner for it, and it was in nice nick. But the guy said to me, he said what had happened was one of the kids had pushed the door while it was opening or closing, and damaged that gear. Anyway, I contacted Sharp, and Sharp sent me a couple of gears. They had 2 left, and they sent them to me. I only needed 1, but the guy said, he says, I'll send you them 2. He said, because we don't think anybody else is going to ask for one. He said, you may as well have them both. He said, I'll send them to you courtesy for nothing, like. I said, thank you very much. And even he told me, He says, is the turntable belt okay? I said, yeah. I said, the play's beautiful. He said, well, when it snaps, he said, you'll have your work cut out. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, you've got to strip it down. He said, they were beyond economical repair for that reason. He said, because no engineers wanted to touch them. And that was a guy from Sharp who told me that. That big Sharp place that, I don't know whether it's still there, but it used to be, I think it was it Oldham? It was near Bernard Manning's Embassy Club. It weren't far from there. Because I went there once with a friend of mine called Danny Gilligan to get some parts for a video recorder that I was doing for him. And so I knew the place pretty well. Do you want one of these? Do you want a Quality Street? Do you? Hey? Do you want a Quality Street? Do you? Yeah. Yeah, do you want one of these ones with the nuts in? You've got caramel inside them. Yeah, I know. There you go. Eat your chocolate. There you are. Eat your chocolate. Eat your chocolate. Was that nice? Do you know what it does? Do you know what he does? If I chuck him a chocolate or something down, or a biscuit, I give him something, he'll sit there to see what I'm having. And if I'm having something different, he won't touch what I've given him until he realises I'm not eating anything. Then he'll eat it. Go on, move. Move. Move before I run over your foot by accident. Move. Back. Before I don't want to run over your foot. Anyway, move. Oh, do you know something, Scraps? Move. Go on. Right, let's get back over to here and have a sip of my coffee. Yeah, there's somebody outside talking. I don't know who it is. Not that I care. So basically, what the issue is with this now is just basically putting it back together, and Moonage Daydream. You're dead right. There's more. What the hell have I just run over? An old plastic tub. Move. Right. And there's more screws than a hardware shop. That's absolutely true. So what we'll do, since I'm sat here still talking, is this switched off at the mains? Yeah, it is. Right, so what we'll do, we'll unscrew that deck back out, and what we'll do, we'll tidy all the cables up. Pardon me. Let's unplug the mechanism. That'll be the feed to the mechanism, and unplug the tone arm unit from it's actually to the preamp, not to the actual tone arm. Right, what we'll do, we will now work out where all our wires want to go. I'll shove that there. Right, and we will yes, these are very you are very yeah, you're very brave if you want to tackle one of these things, because they are not that they're not for everybody. I mean, I would hate. Get in! Bloody daft dog is stuff sniffing the front door. And it does your head in. Right. Basically, what we're going to do next, we're going to go camera 2. There we are. And what we'll do, we'll zoom in a little bit if we can. That'll do. And what we'll do now, we'll find some little bits of wire and stuff, and we'll try, and we've actually got some bits here. We need to right, this is the speed select control unit with the switches. What we need to do is get this all nice and neat there like that, and just find a couple of pieces of wire really. There's some, what's that there? Oh, I can't use that, it's got a plug on the end of it. It goes to something. I've got some wire here. We're back on the Allen Sugar Shitter wire. Come in really handy, that Allen Sugar Shitter wire. It has, it's come in handy. So what we're going to do, we're going to a little bit off there, and we'll tidy all our wires up. And this camera's froze 3 times today. Mind you, it didn't help falling off. Probably didn't do it any good falling off the cupboard, off the windowsill even. Camera 2, I'm not sure if I'll be able to get that. I'm not sure I'll be able to tie that. Might cut it too short. Have I done it too short? Let's get my pliers and pull the other end through. Come on. I was watching a film last night about the monkeys. It's about their about how they became famous and stuff like that. And they were definitely the world's, in my opinion, from what I got from it, definitely the world's first manufactured band, weren't they? You know, the monkeys. I mean, they were good. I liked them. I still do. But yeah, they were definitely manufactured. You know, but that's what they did. They still do it today. They did it in the 60s and they still do it today. It's called music made to order, really. Yeah, I mean, McDonald's is on its way. No, I'll get that under there. And then, if I can just get the clippers, but just lightly without cutting the wire. Oh, I didn't cut it, it just slipped out of the jaws of the pliers. I mean, I don't want to put loads of wire in here, but I think I should have put a bit more than what I did. Wow. I mean, what I could do even, I could actually strip this and solder it if I had to. It's a pain in the arse to get it in. I might have to use a longer piece. We'll just give it one more go. I think we've done it. Oh shit. I clipped it, didn't I? Just got it and then I clipped it. Bummer. Let's use a longer piece. There we go. I think that piece is a bit longer. Use a longer piece. I'm not bothered, I've got plenty of it, so let's get all this back where it needs to be. There we go. Scraps! Keep telling you. Right. Want this. All these wires here, they all have to go there, down into there like that. Right, now fasten that round there. That's a bit more actually. That's better. That's it. And don't think I have to worry about that. That's not going to come undone. Now let's get another piece and we can secure this lot to here. Scraps! Oh, it does me head in, you know. He does me head in sniffing at the front door. He does it when I'm in bed at night. You hear him after to wakes you up and all. I have to tell him. I mean, and it's not because he wants to go out, because he goes out before I go to bed. And then if he wakes up, if I wake up in the night, I let him out again. If I wake up for a pee, if I go for a pee, he gets let out. There we go. See what's happening with the chat for a minute. So that's all you do really, you just tie all the wires so they're all out of the way and nothing can hit the Man Cave Workshop. Good evening, Sean. I think you called, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, these are a bit of a nightmare on my mates. The belt had turned into goo. Yeah, that's about right. The doors the doors do give issues. You have to be competent to do these music sets. You're absolutely right there. You do. Not for the faint-hearted. I wonder who did the vertical players first. It was Sharp. The very first one, because Amstrad wouldn't come out with one until the late 80s. It was Sharp who came out with them. Mitsubishi brought one out as well. But the Amstrad ones, they didn't have a record clamp. You had to unscrew the centre, put the record on and then screw it back on. It had a screw on, screw off clamp. in typical Alan Sugar fashion, they were crap. You know, but there was no frills on them, I mean. Out! Right. Go on. Stood there whining. It's not even due his tea yet. It's got half an hour to go. And I don't give in to him. That's Christine, that. Because when she comes, if I'm not watching, I don't keep an eye out. She gives him his food earlier. So and then he expects it and starts mithering me then. Yes, the thing with Sharp, the thing with Sharp, they were very innovative, weren't they? I mean, they had a load of good ideas. They even brought one out which looked like a standard MIDI system. I can't remember which one it was, but Christine had one years ago. She had one about 30 years ago. And the arm used to go all the way along and then go underneath and drop on the bottom of the on the other side of the record. Do I rate Sharp equipment? I do, yes. I think Sharp had some very good ideas. They certainly made some of the best boom boxes ever made. Certainly the loudest. They were a bit overcomplicated sometimes. I mean, like really, what they should have done with these VZ3000s, they should have made them direct drive. That would have, put direct drive motor in them, put an extra 25 quid on the price or something, made them a little bit more dearer. But chucked a bit more on the price, they would have still sold them and the belts would never have been an issue. That's right, yes. Optica, is that? Yeah. I mean, but Sharp, I do rate Sharp stuff. I like Sharp stuff. This is the only item of Sharp stuff I've got, but I've had lots of it in the past, and yeah. Like everything else, the belts have to be replaced from time to time because they turn into gunge. But that wasn't only Sharp, it was Philips, it was Akai, it was Technic, you name it, they all did. Because these companies don't make the belts themselves; they buy them in. So the belts in some of the belts back then were crap. They just turned back to what they originally were, gunge. I think they call it devulcanizing, isn't it? They just turned to gunge. I mean, when I got this from Jay over at Jay's Vintage Junk. And I got it for nothing on the condition I made a video on how to do the turntable belt, because he's got another one he wants to do himself, and he's more than capable of it, Jay. I'm sure a lot of you watch his channel, and he's coming here tonight actually. He's coming. I think he said he'll get here for about 6, so he's popping in, pick up a few bits I've got for him that the Mildred left here, and anyway, I got this from him a couple of years ago, and it's always had that problem with wow and flutter. well, wow, really, not Flutter. It's always had that problem with wow because of that drive belt, and it is the drive belt because I played that single on it before and listened to it through the headphones, and there was no trace of the wow on Flutter, no trace of the wow. It sounded like it should do. It sounded dead stable, and the speed appeared to be okay. I mean, it's hard to measure the speed on them. You can only really do it by ear, or stick a stroboscope disc to a. You can't even do it that way. Well, I suppose you could stick a stroboscope disc to an old record that you don't want, and then put it in and do it that way. I suppose you could, but I don't have to adjust the speed. I will check the 33 1/3 to make sure it doesn't need adjusting. Don't think it does. I've used the motor that came from the spares mech, but I'm definitely sure that spares mech had something wrong with it. That'll just be that'll just be kept for spares to keep this machine going. I won't sell the spares because I've obviously got the machine. But if I ever sell the machine, then I'll just sell the spares as spares, break them up into individual components and sell them all that way, like most people tend to do, sell them all that way. But just make sure camera 2 hasn't froze. Not that it matters, I'm not sat in front of it. But just put my hand there. Go, wee. Nope, it's not froze. Let's go to the multi-view. Go to all cameras. Oh, by the way, if you haven't subscribed and you want to, just simply do this. Just simply do that, folks. Yeah. Right, how about that then? Yeah, that's easy enough to do, isn't it? What have we got there? What's just appeared at the bottom? 80s kid. Oh, you've not been on for a bit. Yeah, they did the. Yeah, they did a few, didn't they? But the 3000 was the best one they ever made, because after they made the 3000, they started cheapening out on them. I mean, when they brought out the 3500, for example, scraps. They took the electric door off. They took all the bulbs out and put LEDs in them. They were just cheaply made. I got one from a friend of mine. I bought it from a friend of mine, but I bought it on approval, and it never got approval. I give him it back. I said to him, I said, leave it with me for a couple of days. Let me see if I get on with it, and if I don't get on with it, then you can just pick it back up. And he didn't. I didn't get on. I just thought it was very cheaply made. It didn't have record levels, so it was all automatic. Anything that they could take off, they took off, and they just turned what was a really good item into a piece of shit. Really, that's what they did with them. And but the 3000, as far as I'm concerned. The 3000 was the best of the breed. It was it really was. It was the best one they made, as far as I'm concerned. But the boom boxes, I've never had a vertical player boom box because people want stupid money for them now, and I won't pay that kind of money. But Sharp in general, as far as I'm concerned, Sharp in general made the best boom boxes of the 80s. And they were certainly, they certainly were the most powerful. They went very loud, and they were clear as well. Well, like I say, 80s kid. the 3000 was the best of them. I mean, it was the first one they brought out, and it was the best of them. I mean, after that they just started to skimp on them. I mean, the television game shows loved them. They gave thousands of them things away. You know, things like Sale of the Century and Bullseye and all them sort of programs where they gave you prizes. You know, if you didn't get a speedboat on Bullseye, you probably got one of them or a load of kitchen furniture. But yeah, they get TV stations like them because they give them away as prizes, and they look very impressive. But they're very good. I like them. I think they're excellent machines. But they're not for the faint-hearted. If you don't know what you're doing, then really, I think I can turn my soldering iron off now. Second seat back up. Let's get a bit. Let's have another sip of my coffee and get a bit more of this. Yeah. Ooh. That nearly went down the wrong hole. And what we need to do is make sure that none of these wires actually hit the turntable, because we don't want anything catching the turntable. And these wires here, so what we'll do, we'll get a piece of this and we shall see, there's nowhere to put cable ties and things, there's nowhere to put clamps and stuff up here to clamp wires down, otherwise I would use clamps. So what we'll do, we'll just put that through that one, because we don't want it hitting. That has to come and go there. Ooh, pardon me. I'm going to leave that bit there a bit longer. I'm going to feed that through there, because I've got a feeling, there we are, take that other piece there, feed that through there. But yeah, these are not for people. I wouldn't recommend one of these for the beginner. You know, before you tackle one of these, at least learn something. I mean that, because they are very, very complicated. They are very complicated to do. They are not for the, as I've already said, they're not for the enthusiast, the beginner enthusiast. They're for the more advanced, electronics enthusiast. At that point, I just know someone's going to ask them, why the hell am I messing about with one? Contrary to popular belief, I do know what I'm doing. And I've got the manual, not in front of me, but if I need it, I've got it on the computer, so if I need it, I can go and look at it. That's there, and I want that up here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to look for a cable clamp, and there is one, there's a little clamp here, because I don't want them drooping at some point in the future and hitting the turntable. So I'm going to put one of these in, which probably had one of them in originally. And he's doing my head in because he's whinging for food and it's not time. Scraps! Bring that round. There we go. Now these here, they're not going to make sure that we. Now these, what this wire here, that's not going to. None of them are going to hit the turntable. That turntable's not catching anywhere. Scraps! Bloody hell! Go on. Right. So basically. Right, out. Right, well basically, we've got no wires hitting anywhere. That one would have been nice to be cable tied somewhere, but it doesn't matter. I think we're... yeah, before I put it back together, I might look for another belt for that. I might, before it goes back together, I'm going to look see if I've got a belt that'll work here. Because to be honest, I don't want to put it back together not completely perfect, and I don't want to pull it apart just to do that belt, because it's a lot of work just to do a belt. So I'm not going to be doing that. So I'm going to leave it there for a minute for now. And I'm going to try and find a belt before it goes back together. Well, this is it, you see. Yeah, it does. It uses. Yeah, they do. They have a couple of Audio Technicas in them. Yeah, the 121 stylus, that's very correct. I have two brand new ones here. I love Audio Technica. Yeah, I do as well. I like them. Nice and robust. Yeah, and they're not a bad sound either, are they? I mean, come on, they're not. In all fairness, you know, they are a cheap cartridge, but you know they can be had for as little as £15. But they're actually not a bad sounding cartridge. I mean, when I do a record player that doesn't have a cartridge, I always put them in. Jay's on his way. I better get the seat out in a minute so he can sit down. Yep, anyway, getting back to it. I'll get the seat out in a minute so Jay can sit down when he gets here. But when all said and done, I think Sharp back in the 80s, from the 70s to the 80s, were on top of their game. They made some of the nicest sounding stuff you could get. The amplifier, I mean, this uses. I mean, most of you lads who are knowledgeable will be able to tell me anyway, but I already know because I'm staring it right in the face. They actually use the STK461 stereo amplifier module, which is a Sanyo amplifier, because all them STK packages were Sanyo, and they were, you know, the things just sounded good, you know, no matter what, they just did, as long as the styluses were alright, the styling even, as long as because there's two in these, as you know, as long as they were okay and they weren't worn, they sounded alright. I mean, this one I've got here has got two new ones in, which I bought a few months ago, and then after I put them in, it packed in, the belt snapped. No, it was the belt that winds the door open and closed. But I do prefer, yeah, it has to be said, I do prefer the 3000. And when it comes to Sharp, boom boxes, or ghetto blasters as they were known as. I mean, they really could. They really were though, weren't they? They were about the loudest. You know, really, you know, they had really cool. They had a lot of them. And you know, if you went above the basic radio cassette models, and you started getting into the really nice stuff, you got all different. You got all loads of features on them. Like you got automatic music search and everything on them. I mean, you know, they put things in that weren't really needed, but you know, it was there if you wanted it. I mean, this thing's got automatic music search on it. I don't think the later ones did, I can't remember, but this one certainly has. And it's got auto stop in all modes. I mean, you know, I mean, yeah, they weren't the be all and end all. I mean, they were built to a price, but at least there was some quality put in. You know, at least they had the decency to put some quality in. I mean, they didn't just like Amstrads. I mean, I like Amstrads, don't get me wrong. I've had my fair share of Amstrads. I've got about 4 of them here. I've got 2.5 tower systems in here. One of them, I say half because there's no cabinet with it. I bought it purely just because I wanted the insides. I just wanted, because I was going to put it into a TS33, but changed my mind. I still might yet, but that plan's been shelved for now. Because the one I bought was a TS88, which is a remote control version with a graphic equalizer on it. So, and I've got the remote for it. So it came with the plastic turntable unit, but that went in the bin. Obviously, that I treated that with the contempt it deserved. But that being said, you know, Sharp boom boxes, they were good. You know, they just were. You know, but you look at the price. I was looking at some on eBay because I was thinking of treating myself, but not at them prices. You know, I mean, they want more for them now than what they cost when they were new. I repaired one. The last Sharp boombox I repaired, it was years ago. It was long before I started doing YouTube videos. It was for a guy who lives not far from me, lives in Offerton. And I repaired a Sharp for him. And all it was really was bad belts. Took me about, I ordered the belts when they got here. Because luckily I was able to get hold of them. The only thing I had trouble with, there was a little rubber on the pinch roller, on the bottom of the pinch roller, and it drove the play idler, which in turn drove, if I remember rightly, drove the take-up table, the take-up in play. And that had gone. And that was the only thing I couldn't find, was one of them replacements. So what I did, I got a piece of rubber, the same diameter, and I cut it to size, and I just drilled a hole straight through the middle of it, a little bit smaller than what I needed, and then just pushed it onto the capstan. And you know, it was nice. It was nice and round. There was no bumping or anything, and it worked absolutely beautifully. The magnet is coupled in the stylus itself in a tiny V form, that's right. That's right, yeah, it was a very clever design, wasn't it? I mean, you know, it was a bit of forward thinking there. I mean, you know, that's why Audio Technica can make the cartridges so cheap, because they're so simple, but they're good sound. Like I've already said, they're good sounding cartridges. I mean, I've never found a bad one yet. You know. Right, it's 5 to 7. I'm gonna get 5 to 6. I'm gonna give Fanaka Pants here his tea. Yeah, I've had a few. I've had a few of them. I've had a few of them. I had a few of them when they were new, and I never had that problem when they were new. You tend to have that problem as they get old. But I've only ever replaced one of those rubbers on the pinch roller. I've only ever replaced one because they do. They turn to gunge. They either turn to gunge or they go rock hard or they split. You know, and I've only ever done one, and that. Oh no, tell a lie. I did a cassette deck, a sharp cassette deck. That had one on. I did that as well, so I've done like 2 of them that I can remember. But I had them machines back in the 80s when they were fairly new. Because I used to like my boom boxes. I used to change my boom box off it regular. Because once I worked out what all the switches did, and I got fed. I wanted more features, then I'd go and get something else. You know, they take the piss these days. You know, they take the piss these days with it. You know, I mean, people think because something's old that it's got to be worth £1 million. They think because something's old it's worth money, and it ain't. But you try telling them. I mean, have you seen how much these vertical music centres? Have you seen how much they want for them on eBay? I mean, they won't get it. You know, because I've seen one at £2,000. They're not. There's not £2,000 in one of them. I don't care what they say. Oh, all the crap's made in China, innit? China, the Chinese are an up and coming economy because they're ripping everybody else off by selling us crap. I mean, at least the Japanese, at least when they sold us stuff, it was good stuff, and it could be serviced and repaired. My back's itchy. There we go. I'm just gonna go and give Fanaka Pants his tea. I'll be back in a minute. And I'm gonna put the kettle on while I'm in there because Jay's on his way here. And my coffee's gone cold, so I need to freshen my coffee up as well. Make myself another one. Come on, you. There we go. Right. Put the kettle on. 1802 by the according to the microwave. That's a couple of minutes fast. I like my microwave a bit fast. Might cook my tea quicker. And my banana's beginning to ripen. Maybe trousers are falling down. Right. There. There you go. There you go. There. cups washed out, sorted. Come back through here. What's that on the floor? Ew. Let's get the chair out for Jay. You've got somewhere to sit then. This could be him now. There we go. Hang on a minute. Ow. Hang on, I'm coming. Hi mate. Yeah, 47, yeah. Cheers mate. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, that's me. I thought that was Jay. It's not. It's me. Me Mackie D's has turned up. Right. Right, that's me drink. Put that there. Put that there. There we go. Yay. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's not a lot of modern stuff that I'd like to spend my money on. I'll tell you that. Most of it rubbish. Yeah. Most of what you get now, most of what they make now is junk. And I think this is Jay. And I'll let him in. Give us a second, Jay. There we go. Ow! I'm here. Hang on. In. Alright. Yeah, come in, mate. Come in. Yeah. 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 Mind you don't trip over anything. Oh.
Right. There you go. There's another one of them for you.
Oh yeah. Another one of them. Yeah. I'll get some. I'll have some fun out. Oh, it's slightly different.
Oh, is it a slightly different one?
Slightly. Yeah.
Have you noticed on the back though? It's got the same thing broken off.
Yeah. You know why that was, don't you? Because they never used to take care when they wound the lead
No,
up.
no.
Snap the lead off and have a seat, Jay. Yeah, Christine will do your coffee in a minute.
Oh, nice.
She'll be here in a minute.
Nice one.
I'll put this down here somewhere. Yeah, I've been working on this vertical.
Yeah.
And I was going to put that mechanism in it there.
Right.
But it didn't work.
Oh.
When I put it in, it just didn't nothing. So what I've done, I took the belt off here, and I put another belt on because the reason why it was suffering from wow, it wasn't suffering from flutter, just wow. And the reason why is because the belts that they make now are there's too much give in them.
Right, they've got too much spring to them.
Yeah, and that's what the issue was.
Right.
So anyway, I took the belt off that thing down there and put it in here, and it's dead stable now.
Good now. Nice one.
So I'm hoping that when I put it back together, because I had a bit of an issue with the switch on the side here, I took the switch off this one and put it on that mechanism down there. And then when I put it back on, I put it the wrong way around and trashed the switch. So I put another bloody, take a switch off that, and luckily,
there, yeah.
luckily there was some extra switches on that one. You'll see when you watch the video.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is all working now. I've got one of those front panels for you, and I'll.
All right, nice one.
It's,
That's what I need for mine.
I know. It's well, when you buy a turntable belt, make sure you buy a good quality one.
Yeah, get a decent one.
Yeah, because yeah, what they make now are crap, and they're not cheap either.
No, they're not.
So, what's been happening over at Jay's Vintage Junk?
Not a lot. I've been that busy with bloody work. I've been doing a huge amount of electronic stuff. I'm trying to sort a bathroom out for someone. It's becoming a
Yeah, I didn't see that green
nightmare.
bag down there. Yeah, I put that down there
Yeah, I'm going to
somewhere.
see what we can stick this.
Yeah.
What I'm going to say about this, right, I've tested it, it works. It came out of a youth centre, this, in Oldham. And that's just a composite output on it, because they keep nicking the fucking lead out of it.
So they put composite on it.
But I did it for them years ago,
Right.
and then when they got an Xbox 360, I did the same mod on that for them.
Can you remember where the Mildred lives?
No.
Because he's got some stuff down there for you.
If you give us a postcode, I should be able to, address and postcode, I should be able to find it.
I don't know his postcode. I'll tell you what, I'll have him drop it here.
Yeah. I can pop round, I'm only 10 minutes away, aren't I?
Yeah.
Put it over there.
I'll have him drop it here for you. Because, yeah, that green bag there, it's got some shite in it for you.
Nice one. Oh, that stuff you showed on the...
Yeah.
Yeah, nice one.
There's a couple of other bits in there as well.
What else am I going to say about that? Oh yeah, it needs a new belt on the CD drive. The CD drive belt's gone in it. It opens if you
Offer it money.
Offer it a little bit. Give it a little bit of a pull like that. It'll open.
Yeah.
Just needs a new belt on it.
Offer it money.
But the machine itself works fine. The main board and everything in it's right.
Yeah, because of what he's got, I mean, most of the stuff that Mildred has doesn't really work. And if you get anything off him, he tells you it was working when it left his. But you know damn well it wasn't.
Yeah.
I had a disaster earlier.
What?
My bloody camcorder fell off the windowsill. Came crashing down onto my bench. Luckily it never got damaged.
Yeah, because yours is a bit bigger than mine.
Well, I've never had a man say that to me before, but it's true. I remember once, I picked this bird up in a pub. And I brought her home and I took my trousers off and she says, hang on a minute. I says, what? She said, you told me you had at least a foot. I said, no I didn't. I says, I told you I had athlete's foot. Yeah, fucking, yeah, Steve's off to the States on Wednesday, isn't he?
Well, I don't know where he's going to get out there.
Well, I hope he does.
Yeah, but have you heard the latest?
I don't know.
Oh, they're planning on another lockdown. They're planning on a lockdown before Christmas.
Yeah, because he's picking up a part for that for me.
Right.
For that RCA player.
I suppose it'll be easy enough for him to get one over there.
Well, it's already ordered. It should be at his girlfriend.
Right.
Because what he did, he ordered it from here to go to Katie's.
Right, and then he could pick it up while he was
Yeah, and just chuck it in his suitcase. If he can't get out, I'll just ask him to ask Katie to just send a Christmas card and stuff
Yes,
it in.
stick it in. No, it's getting. It was just on the radio then. Javid's talking about, I can't rule out a lockdown before Christmas, which means they're going to lock down before Christmas. We need everyone in the country just to say, fuck off, we're not doing it.
Well, yeah. Well, have you ever heard of Nostradamus?
Yeah.
Nostradamus, you know, Nostradamus predicted in the 21st century a plague.
Yeah, but it's not a plague, it's bullshit.
No, let me finish. Right, he predicted a plague. Now, to him, this would be a plague.
Well, yeah.
To Nostradamus, it would be. He predicted there would be a plague of mass proportion, followed by pestilence. And we've got the pestilence. It's called Boris Johnson.
That's true. Well, I've been watching something on weather cycles, and it's looking like we're basically heading for another fucking ice age.
Phew, that doesn't surprise me.
2024. In about 3 years.
You reckon?
Yeah. According to what they're saying.
Right, well, but that being said, you know, I wouldn't put too much credence in that.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because back in 1978 and 79, somebody said that the world was going to end in 1980.
Oh, come on, we've had it every so
And
many
it did,
years.
and it didn't.
But,
So
I mean, an ice age isn't going to wipe out civilization. It's just going to make it
it's going
harder.
to be damn cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there's plenty of cheese on it. I wonder if we've got any gherkins this time. Ooh, it's a pitiful excuse, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't be doing with them anymore.
No, I don't mind them, me. I mean, say what you want about a Big Mac. At least it forms a turd.
Well, yeah.
Like Christine's supposed to be back here in a minute. I mean, I'm only eating this because she paid for it. I don't buy this. The problem with these, they don't fill you up.
No. No, I think that's the intent of them.
Well, my mate Charlie is a butcher, you know. And he said to me, he says, one of the most healthiest things you can eat. He says it's a McDonald's burger. He says, but without the cheese and all the other shite, and the bun, just eat the meat on its own.
I think it's Irish beef they use.
Yeah. Yeah, because Burger can use Aberdeen Angus.
Mm.
Their burgers are bigger as well. Yeah, so you don't think Steve will get out on Wednesday?
I have a feeling he won't.
Oh, I hope he does.
I hope he does, but...
yeah, he's been looking forward to it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I have a horrible feeling they're going to announce a lockdown either Monday or Tuesday.
Well, the brats are not going back to school in for January, are they?
No, well, it's all pre-planned. We just get to hear about it when we're ready to hear about it. It's already been scheduled, all this.
I bet they have a party at number 10 Downing Street like they fucking did last year.
Well, it shows the piss take, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, we've got only one option now, and that's everyone turn around and say fuck off.
That's right. I'm just looking to see if anything's appeared on the chat. Yeah, there's a few. I don't know if there's anything new. But yeah, it's. I mean, look at the frogs. I mean, the French don't like us anyway.
No.
And they never have.
Well,
done.
come on, it's all, everything that's going on at the moment with the French is to screw over the Brits.
Well, they took one of our ships, didn't they? From what I heard.
Yeah, they were tit for tat because we'd taken one of theirs. They're petty, the French, that's the problem.
Yeah. They stink of garlic and all. And they're all Roman Catholics.
I don't think they're all, but there's a lot of Europe in general. You've got a lot of Catholicism.
Yeah. One time they used to have to hide them, didn't they? You used to have to hide the priest. Used to. Is it Priestley? Is it Priestley Manor? Priestley Manor. Fred Dibner did a documentary on it. Well, he featured it in one of his programs.
What, with priest holes?
Yeah, and he went into one of them, didn't he? And and when he went in, he said, "Bloody hell!" He said, "Mead must have been mead couldn't have been as fattening as Guinness." Yeah, because what they used to do, they used to hide the priest on a Sunday, or used to hide him during the week and get him out on a Sunday. But at Priestley Castle, I think it was, they never found any priests.
Never actually found the priest holes.
No, they never found. They were everywhere, but a priest was never found there. That's how good they were at hiding them. Just ring that Christine, see where she is, because if not, I'm going to have to make you the brew. Not that I mind. Yeah, my mate Andy, who owns that radio, he was in hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a bit of trouble with his bird's nest. Yeah, he's all right now. Like,
okay?
Thank God. Yeah. He's all right now. Yeah. Let's ring Chunky Chops up. Do you want a Quality Street, Jay?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't really eat chocolate.
I'll see when you get here.
See you in a bit, you said him.
Yeah, he's had his tea. I'm just waiting for you to do me and Jay a coffee. Yeah, I'll see you when you get here. Yeah, so, yeah, I've just been, what I've been doing here, I've been resecuring all these wires so that nothing actually hits the turntable.
Yeah. Oh, I've got lots of little tie downs for them, haven't they?
Yeah, but they were all missing because to get this apart you have to snip them all.
Yeah, you have to take them all out.
You know, it's...
In fact, if you want some, I've got a massive bag of tiny little cable ties somewhere.
Yeah,
I'll
I do,
give
yeah.
you,
Yeah, give us a handful
I'll give
of
you a
them.
handful of them.
Yeah.
Well, they're from when I used to do control panels, you know, for wire wrapping in control panels.
Yeah.
So they're just right for doing that. They're ideal for it.
But
I'll give you a bag.
nice one. It did have some on it, but I had to snip them
Yeah.
off. I mean, yeah, look at that. And do you know the Coke you get from McDonald's is Diet Coke now, you know?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's Diet Coke. Because I ordered a Mackie D's a few weeks ago, I'll tell you what, never again. Cost me a tenner with delivery. My order was only £6 something. And it come up to £10 something.
Yeah, with the delivery.
They're the cheeky bastards.
I think it depends on what time of the day it is, that.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, when Dick Turpin robbed the public, he had the decency to put a mask on. You know, but when all said and done...
Who was it? Uber Eats?
No,
Just Eat?
Just Eat.
So I know Uber Eats, I know they pay the drivers different amounts depending on what time of the day they're driving.
Them Ubers are into everything, aren't they?
Yeah.
Taxis, food.
Yeah, another huge monopoly.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
I'll tell you one place they're not, China.
Well, China don't allow anything outside its own, does it?
Well, they got their own, they've had their own version of Uber before I think Uber really started.
Right, because they're not even allowed YouTube in China.
No. Well, you can get YouTube in China, you just need to use a VPN.
Yeah.
And everyone uses a VPN in China.
Because they have their own version of it, don't they? Which is a communist version.
It's basically, it's pretty much YouTube, but you're not allowed to criticise the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah.
But if you go to any hotel in China, it's not official, but there's always a back door so you can get through with a VPN. Because when I've been in hotels in China, I've been able to watch YouTube videos. The only place I couldn't, where I had to use my own VPN, was when I was in the apartment I was staying in.
I mean, at the end of the day, it should be freedom for everyone everywhere, shouldn't it? As far as I'm concerned. I mean, let's face it, we buy enough of their shite.
That's part of the plan, that manufacturing's going to be over there.
You know, you know, if they're good enough to take our money, then they're good enough to watch what we make. As far as I'm concerned.
The interesting thing is, over in China, anything that's made in England is highly sought after. Massively sought after.
Anything that's made in England is highly sought after. Trust me. Or Japan. I think what I'll do with this, I won't tie that together yet, because that's got to drape down the front and clip in.
In fact, one of the weirdest things in China, we're in the middle of an industrial, Guangzhou is an industrial city in China, it's not a tourist place. In the middle of Guangzhou, we go to a Man United themed theme pub. They're absolutely mad about Man United.
Yeah, they like all the English stuff over there, really, though, don't they? I mean, they even make copies of the Mini, which is now made by BMW.
They make a copy of the Range Rover, and it's called the Landwind.
Yeah. Well, they did a BMW, I forget which one, but BMW tried suing them, didn't they? And the Chinese government told BMW, fuck off.
Yeah, but basically, what happened there? They basically come up with a deal where BMW just built a plant in China and started supplying BMWs for the Chinese market, but they were built in China.
Yeah.
They were quite clever, really, what they did, because the styling on them is exactly the same as you get in Europe, but the engineering on them is about 2 or 3 generations behind.
Yeah, they crap.
Well, what they're doing is they're using the older technology in the engines and the transmissions and stuff over there, because they don't have to meet the same emission standards.
Right. Yeah. So what we're going to do here, what I'd really like to do is put another belt on here. But I haven't bloody got one the right size.
Oh, is that for the door opening and shut?
Yeah. I haven't got one the right size, really. So I think I'm going to bite the bullet and leave it, really. Yeah. The main problem with these is that bloody relay there.
Mm.
Even that's got no top on it now, and that was a brand new relay. I took the top off because I had to get in there and do something with it, because it kept refusing to play on B-sides on one channel. So I got in there and I did something with it, and I thought I may as well leave the top off. If it goes wrong again, I can just take the back off, because you can get to that from there. But I just left the top off.
Dirty contact?
I don't know.
Were it making contact?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because it should have been. It was a brand new part.
Yeah.
Remember, I bought them from America.
Yeah, I remember you.
But they've probably been sat on a shelf for about 30 years.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
you know, they've probably been sat there, so they've had plenty of time to oxidise. You know, let's just see what we. Yeah, there we are. So what I've done, I've changed the motor on this, because yeah, that's tight. That one there, I'd bent the bracket, and what was happening was I weren't sure whether I'd got it straight or not, so I just used the motor off the other one, and because what was happening was the belt would ride up and down on the motor, and the speed would change.
yeah, so it's out of alignment, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I thought, well, I'll just use
Well,
that.
seeing you've got one you know is right, then you might as well stick it in.
Exactly. Yeah. Those what do you call it were a bit naff, weren't they? That you were messing with yesterday.
Oh, them little
Bluetooth
them
things.
little Bluetooth
Sounded
things.
didn't sound bad in that radio though.
No, I was quite surprised at that actually. They're horrible little things, but the circuits are really useful in them.
Yeah, because you can just put them in stuff, can't you?
Well, what I've done with them in the past, I've modified the switch-on circuit so they just power up as soon as you apply power to them. I've
Yeah.
modified them so they run on 5 volts, just straight, so there's no battery or anything like that.
Yeah, so you can just pinch the 5 volts from
Off whatever. Yeah.
whatever it's installed in.
Well, what you can do is you can use them. If it's something that's mains powered, I've used them in valve radios before now, because they've got about quarter of a watt output.
Yeah.
They'll actually drive an output valve direct.
Right.
You get the idea. So literally, you can put that into the output stage on a radio, and as it powers up, it will just run. So you just tune to a bit. Even if it's not got a gram input, just tune to quite a bit of the waveband.
And
Power it up, and there you've got Bluetooth.
ah.
That's basically what I've been doing with them over the years.
Right. Just make sure we should be.
And it means you can have Bluetooth safely to an AC/DC set.
Right.
Because you've got nothing. It's a really good way of getting like some way of connecting music to an AC/DC set, because everything's internal to the radio. You've got nothing outside that you can hurt yourself on, or anyone else can hurt themselves on.
Yeah, because it's a bit sketchy sometimes,
It's
isn't
very sketchy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I put Bluetooth in a Dansette record player. Made the record player worth £5 more than what it was when I bought it. You know, but there are people who worship Dansette. You want to see them on Facebook? They've actually got a dedicated Dansette page.
Dear me.
Honest, a classic Dansette record player group. And you have to ask yourself, what the bloody hell for? I mean, yeah, there we go, you see. We'll plug that in there. And I'm pretty confident that this is going to work. So
When I've got my new workshop set up and I've got somewhere to actually put it, I might have a bash at the one I've got.
yeah, they're all right to do.
Well,
I mean,
the nice thing is that I can put it on a shelf and it doesn't take a lot of room up.
well, that's
And
it. I mean,
I
that's
can just throw my records on when I'm working in
yeah,
there.
that's what I like about them. I mean, they're you know, you can just stick them anywhere really because they're thin. The trouble is getting these screws back in.
Has you had his tea, Andy?
Yes.
Right.
You do Jay a coffee.
Do you want a coffee, Jay?
Yeah, please.
That's why I said do Jay a coffee.
Black, no sugar.
No milk or sugar, Christine. Right, so basically we've got that there. We need to go pull that plug out of there in a minute because
Yeah, you don't want to be touching that with that plug in.
not really. I'm screwing it all together and I'm going to try it again in a minute just with the headphones in.
Yeah. I've got a nice LP I want to try on some videos. I'm hoping it's not going to get copyrighted. It's like 20 of the greatest war film soundtracks. It's like 633 Squadron and all them type of things. I'm wondering if that might not get...
If I'm losing my strength or this is tightening up, there we go.
You got it?
Yeah. See, the problem is you've got rubbers on them.
Oh, so you can feel the tension of the rubber as you try to tighten it up.
Yeah, and you think you're tightening
Yeah.
the goddamn screw. Let's move that drink over there a minute. Someone at my door. Christine! Hang on, I better go myself. Hang on! Who is it? Someone at my door, Christine.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly!
Oh, it's hot, innit?
Yeah, just send you that.
Go on, Kelly.
Thanks.
You've done your lasagna, Andy.
Alright, put it in the microwave, Christine.
It's hot.
Well, that's alright. I'll have that for my supper because I've just had my tea. She looks after me, R. Kelly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you can feel the resistance on the rubber. I think that's... Oh, that one's gone in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that one you can't tell, and then all of a sudden it'll just go, won't it? And then
Yeah,
you'll feel it snug up.
You just feel it tighten, yeah. I'm going to have to pinch a bottom clip off that other one as well, because I've lost a bottom clip off this one, so I need to pinch the clip.
Oh, cheers, thanks.
Is that alright?
Yeah, that's
Pinch
fine.
the clip off that other one.
See you, Andy.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Christine.
Okay, you got
Is that alright for you?
Yeah, that's fine, that.
What? Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'll just put it on that plate there.
Be alright on that.
It'll be alright there, mate, no worries. Yeah, right, so what we'll do, we'll plug this in and see if it works or whether we get an almighty bang. See what I mean? The belt sticks.
Yeah.
Right.
Not too bad though, at least it does open.
Yeah. Closes better than what it did.
Mm.
Hang on. Oh. You brought a mouse here with you, Jay? Yeah, so if I plug my headphones in, I was working on both channels on the A side, go for the B side. It's not working on that channel. Got a hum. See, that's the problem, you see. That's that fucking relay. Now, if I put them there a minute and turn this round, try not to get electrocuted. Turn this round. Yeah, watch.
Yeah.
Turn the volume up a bit. Mind you, that being said, let's just check somewhere. Yeah. Because sometimes you don't get the bloody...
Yeah, like come in there.
You know what I mean? The fucking relays are shit. So what I'm going to do now...
I think I could swap it out with for something else. You made a little data board up.
Yeah.
In fact, how many pole is it? And what's it do?
Basically, you could probably bypass it actually, because all it does, it mutes the cartridge.
Is that all it does?
Yeah.
So it's just two. Does it just disconnect like the two channels?
Yeah. So what I'll do, now I've sprayed that stuff in it. I'll cycle it between the A and B side.
Yeah, just so it moves it.
Yeah. Press A.
So I've got some. What?
You just farted?
No, I didn't fart.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
What was that noise?
Probably me moving on the chair.
Oh. Yeah, I used to use that excuse as well. See, that side's okay. That's the A side. Go for the B. So it's alright now.
It's alright now, yeah.
But the thing is, it's got to stay alright. So the thing, what I'll do, I'll just cycle it between A and B for a couple of times, so the service can work its way
So
in.
you can get to them contacts.
Yeah.
Clean them off. No, I've got a pile of little solid state relays that come off an old video processor, an old professional Sony video processor. I wonder if you could use a couple of them. You'd have to mount them on a little board, wire them up to do the job, and then just wire that to where the old relay used to be. But they would never ever fail.
True, and the 12 volts?
Yeah.
We should do
12
then.
volt switching.
Right, we should work then. Yeah, I would have thought so.
I'll pull you a few off and send them over. You can have a play with them.
Yeah. So it seems to be alright now. Yeah, seems to be alright now. It's weird. And that's the other channel.
It's coming through nice and strong, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's a bit louder on one side than it is on the other. But then again, that was thinking. Yeah. Yeah, but they're not bad, these, when they're working alright. Just getting them a bloody work
Well,
on.
that's it. They're needlessly complicated, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They didn't have to be that complicated, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounds better anyway. This is not got that wow on it now. Well, that seems to have got it. Yeah. But that volume control's a bit crackly. Oh, it ain't. Yeah, Amstrad brought one out. What you had to do, you had to unscrew the clamp, put the record on and screw the clamp back on.
Oh, fuck.
Honestly.
That sounds typical Amstrad though, doesn't it?
Yeah. But that's what you had to do. A friend of mine got one, and I said to her, I says, what a load of shite. And they didn't even have a magnetic cartridge in them.
No.
No, they had ceramic cartridge in them. And then they brought another one out, which did have a magnetic cartridge, but you still had to unscrew the clamp. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be alright now. Yeah. So you can hear that crackle when it's playing. Yeah, when there's nothing happening, you can't hear
You
it.
can't hear it.
Weird. Anyway, that'll do. It's
I can't hear any wow there.
no, there's not now. No, there's not. It was terrible, you know. Oh, it was horrible. It was really bad. You couldn't enjoy it.
I mean, that's not the best of records either, is it? It's a little bit warped.
Yeah.
A little bit off. So if it can cope with that, it's not doing bad at all.
No. Yeah, and that's the B-side. I think it's a bit louder on one channel than it is on the other, but it's always been like that on B-sides.
You think that could be like relay?
It could be.
It's got a bit of high resistance on one of the.
On one channel. It could be, yeah.
I'll send you them solid state ones over and have a play with them. 'Cause
Yeah.
I bet you could make a little replacement for that with them. And you shouldn't have any issue at all with that.
It should cure it, shouldn't it?
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
they were designed for video use, so sending a bit of audio through them, they should be.
It should be.
perfectly happy
Well,
with that.
all you're doing really, you're just switching the cartridge.
Yeah.
Because you can bypass it, and then but if you bypass it, you hear it when the needle drops on.
Yeah, you've got all the extra.
Yeah, all the extra. You get it'll pick
And
up.
I mean,
extra
that's the whole
noise.
point of these. That it cuts out all that and.
Yeah. I mean, if there was only one cartridge, you wouldn't need a relay.
No.
But because there's two,
Yeah, obviously, because the other one's picking up all the movement, isn't it?
yeah, because the other one's going to pick everything up that you don't want picked up, really. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's it's quiet though, isn't it? They are silent. I mean, they run really
It
good.
runs nice. I'll be watching through all your videos on this when I start cracking into mine.
Yeah, they're easy enough to do, Jay. I mean, they are for people like us who know what we're doing, you know. But they're not for the, like I said on there earlier, you know, they're not for the faint-hearted.
No.
You know, they're not for people.
They're not a first record player either.
No, they're not for a beginner. I mean, the problem with these is after the warranty ran out, and the guy at Sharp told me that basically, because I phoned up to get a gear for the door, because they have a little intermediate gear and the two forwards breaks off. Luckily, this one hasn't suffered from that. But I've got one here that I took off that one there, and the tooth broke on that. There's one or two teeth have a habit of breaking off them. And he had two gears left in stock, and he sent them to me complimentary, like, you know. And he said to me like, you know, he said that's an easy repair. He says wait till you come to do the turntable belt.
That's why I've never gone into mine yet, because of the belt.
You know, and that's the real issue with them. I mean, you don't have to worry about taking the old belt off. They've usually decomposed.
Yeah.
I mean, I found a fragment from the original belt in this one, and it was about that long, and that's all I found.
That's all that were left.
Yeah, there was no residue or anything. I expected it to have just snapped to be laying in the bottom, or it turned to gunge.
Yeah, it's stuck
everywhere. Stuck everywhere, but it wasn't. Found a little piece that big from the belt. I don't know where the rest of it went. It weren't in there, but you know. But the problem was they became uneconomical to repair, just because the turntable belt needed changing because it was that involved. I mean, you have to go through all this to strip it down, and you can't do it. There are people who said they can do it through the front, but you can't. You can't get through. There's not enough space. You can't move your hands in there even when it's open. You can't move your hands in there. I tried. You can start feeding the belt through, but you can't guide it. So you can't do it that way really. It has to be taken apart and done. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this back on. I'm going to put it on repeat play if I can find out which one that is. Repeat A and B, which is that one. And that one should be both sides. And that one should be play. There we go. And what it'll do, it'll cycle that relay, you see. I'll just let it play that record a few times. And it'll cycle that relay. But I mean, for what they were, I mean, the game TV stations loved them. Used to give them away as prizes.
Oh yeah, for the type of thing you'd see on Bullseye and stuff like that. Where
yeah. You know, if you on Bullseye, if you didn't get a speedboat, you got a kitchen furniture or one of these. There's always a speedboat on there, wasn't it? Bully Special Prize.
Grand Prize.
Yeah, Bully Star Prize. It was always a fucking. Yeah.
Well, no, were either sometimes it were a holiday.
Yeah, the last ones they did, it was holiday.
They were holiday. There was a speedboat, a caravan, or a car.
Yeah, it was very rare it was a car.
Yeah, it weren't often it were a car. A few times.
Sometimes it was kitchen furniture, you know.
Yeah, fitted kitchen.
Yeah, well, no, it was all kitchen appliances. But you just want a washing machine and fucking
on the actual
on the prize board, and then when you win the special prize, Bully's Bully Star Prize, you got another one.
Yeah.
In your fucking prize. You know, people in Manchester and Stockport and whatnot that went on, they won a fucking speedboat 60 miles away from NEC. And they won a fucking speedboat.
We've got the canal.
Yeah.
You can see him putting a speedboat on our canal.
You go tearing up the canal with in a speedboat.
Hey, my boat does that. Well, it did when it had the old engine on it. When I bought that boat, it had a 40 horsepower on the back of it.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it was off a lifeboat. I remember when I first got that boat and I opened the throttle up like that, the bow of the boat come up like
Just
that.
came straight out, yeah.
I nearly emptied the canal of water.
Wow.
It's got a 10 ice on it now, which is about what you need for the canal.
Yeah, because you only got on the canal on yours, don't you? I remember you did a video on it a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get it. I need to do some work on it. It's been sat for the last 2 years, not used with all the lockdowns and everything. There's no point.
Yeah, because boats don't like that, do they?
They don't like sitting. I mean, that one's not so bad because it's fiberglass.
I was watching Musty One a few weeks ago and his bass boat sank.
Oh well, yeah, I watched that.
It was tied to the dock and it sank. You know, but you know, you go along the canals. If you cycle along the canals, you see loads of them, don't you? Sunk, loads of narrowboats, or sunken. You know, they're just left there to rot.
The problem is that
nobody will shift them.
it costs more to remove them than it does just to
so
leave them.
They just leave them.
It's one of the big problems you have, especially with the fiberglass ones like mine. If they're beyond repair, it costs over £1,000 to get rid of them. So what people do is they rip the ID off them, basically the number that the boat's registered to. They rip that off. They rip the serial numbers off it and just set it afloat onto the canal, and then just let them sink.
Yeah, and just leave them.
I've got stuck before now when we're trying to get up the canal, and it were in Norman, same as mine. Someone had done it, and it had sank right in the middle of the canal and basically blocked the whole canal.
Mildred was thinking about buying one. Yeah.
I'll buy mine.
He was thinking about buying a narrowboat and going to live on it. I said to him, I said, you wouldn't survive. He said, why? I said, well, you like the urban jungle too much. I said, you like fucking jumping in your car and running around the streets and, you know, I said, you wouldn't fucking survive. I said, and your fucking missus wouldn't. I said, I can't see you getting Brenda to go and live on a fucking boat. You know, so that's not. I said that wouldn't happen, Mildred. But yeah, he was paying it fucking Yeah, he was paying it serious consideration.
Yeah, have you seen what they cost, the full narrowboats?
I know they're not cheap.
Well, you ain't going to get much change from 60 grand.
Yeah, I know. And anything less than that's going to be worthless, isn't
Yeah.
it? Going to be buying shit, really.
Yeah. Your problem with the metal hulled narrowboats is you need to get the hull reskinned every like 10-15 years on them. And that's going to cost you 5 or 6
Yeah,
grand.
because they fucking rot, don't they?
Yeah, they
Of
rot.
course they
That's
do.
the good thing with mine, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's fiberglass.
Mine's
isn't
all
it?
fiberglass.
You know, fucking. Didn't you find a load of records in the canal when
I
you
did,
went
yeah.
over? You did, didn't you? I
You
remember.
have to do something with them. They're sat in a cupboard.
Yeah.
Some of them are Beatles and all.
I remember that radio you fished out the canal.
Oh, the free play.
Yeah.
That one where the bloody the spring went in it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Beige M3. He's dead, him now, isn't he?
Yeah. Trevor Bayliss.
Yeah, Trevor Bayliss. He's dead now, isn't he? Yeah.
A few years ago now.
Yeah, that was a good idea, that wasn't it? That was aimed for that was aimed at that was designed for Africa.
It was,
wasn't
yeah.
Because they can't afford batteries.
Yeah, well, they were spending like what money they could get hold of on batteries to keep the radios going, because that's the only, basically, if you're right out in the outback in Africa, that's the only communication you've
That's
got.
all you're getting, in it. You know, let's turn this back up again and see if we've still got both channels. Well, we've got some. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's try that again now. I'll tell you what, more than 2 sniffs of that, you greedy. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's alright now. Yeah. But I think I will. I'll leave it running a bit longer. What's the chat saying there? I don't know who's who. I can't fucking see it.
I haven't got my glasses with me either.
Oh no. No, you haven't, have you? I'll read it all later. I'm not ignoring you folks. I will read all the chat. And anything that's worthy of a comment, we'll get one. Absolutely. But yes, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to ring the Mildred up. Oh, no, 'cause you've already been there once, haven't you?
Yeah, I dropped you off there once, didn't I? Oh no, I went and dropped him back off after we'd messed about with that bloody...
Yeah, because you picked that jukebox
Yeah,
up.
I picked the
didn't you?
jukebox up with him.
Yeah, let me just find him. There we are, Mildred. I'll ask him for his postcode. Just chuck that in, you may as well get the stuff while you're here.
I forgot my phone with me so I can try it.
Hello?
Hello, Brenda, is Mildred there?
No, he's nipped out, Andy.
Has he nipped out? Because Jay was going to pop round and pick those bits up.
Yeah, he's just nipped round there with Daniels. He won't be long.
Right, well, what's your postcode, Brenda?
SK5
Yeah,
8AT.
8AT.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you got that, Jay?
Hang on a minute, I'm trying to work out my bloody phone. Right, SK5.
Because of fucking... everyone would have heard anyway, but yeah, there we go. But yeah, he'll ring back when he comes back. And because I don't put that thing to me here, I put it on speakerphone.
Yeah.
Because I don't like having it to me here. I prefer having it on speakerphone. It's fucking easy to deal with it. They're all the bits out there, all the fucking knobs and screws off that. seems to be playing okay now. The cassette players on these were actually never any trouble.
No.
This has still got the original belts on it, but I presume it came with.
It's still alright.
Yeah, I've never replaced them. That seems to be. Yeah, that's all right now. Yeah, because that lives over there, as you know. Yeah, my camera froze up again. No, it hasn't this time. It's usually that one there that freezes now for some daft reason. That webcam hasn't froze for ages.
That's working alright now.
Yeah. I better turn that down and get a copyright strike on that. I don't give a fuck them. I just chop out the bits. I just chop it, you know, because I monetize my videos now. Don't get anything for it, like, but because you got to get a certain amount of views and a certain amount, you know, before you get anything. It's, you know, but basically it's just another way of them ripping you off.
I make a tiny little bit, not much.
You know, I don't make anything, mate. I don't think I've ever had anything. I check every now and again. I think the most I've earned is about 16 quid, but they won't pay you that till you get at least 60.
Yeah, you've got to get 60 in before you can pay out.
Yeah, which is wrong. If you were, whether you earn £1 or £100, they should still pay it you.
Yeah, because they're getting interest on that. That's setting their bank account earning them interest.
Yeah, well,
it's not very much interest, true, but when you've accumulate all that amount of, you think all them little bits of ad revenue all together that are staying out of account for until you've got that £60 in there, that's a hell of a big account.
Yeah, I know.
That's a hell of a lot of interest you're making.
Yeah, that they're getting.
Yeah.
It's all wrong, really. If you earn £1, you should get it. Whether, you know, you should.
Well, don't get me started on big corporations.
No.
It won't be good.
No, there's two things that I don't like. One is big corporations, the other one is authority.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I don't like authority. Yeah.
I am very much anti-authoritarian.
Yeah, two coppers come here the other day, community policing or whatever it was about. She said, "What do you think of the police?" I said, "Oh, I think very much of them, if I must be honest with you." "Why?" She said, "Oh, just thought I'd ask." She said, "How come you've got them stickers in your window?" I said, "Because I eat a lot and I fart a lot." She went, "Oh, right. You know," she says, "Have you had any trouble from the kids round here?" I says, "No." I said, "I don't get any trouble." She says, "Why?" I said, "Because they give me trouble. I just tell them I'm going to kick them up the arse if I get my hands on them." I said, "I don't care, love." At the end of the day, I said, "That's what they want." You know, my dad pinched a police car when he was 9. And he ran out of petrol in Carlisle and they caught him. And he got the birch. And he was an honest man after that, my dad. Never put a foot wrong after that. And he said, once you've had a portion of that, you don't go back for another. Yeah.
No, we're Isle of Man or Isle of Wight. Isle of Man, weren't it, that used to still have birching up until not that long ago?
Yes.
They also didn't have a crime problem.
I bet they've got one now.
Oh, yeah, of course they have.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to get a crime problem if you know that if you get
everywhere
caught.
that they've had corporal punishment for silly, petty little things like that, basically, they don't have any petty crime.
No,
It's the humiliation factor.
Yeah.
That's what does it.
And the fact that you're going to get whipped on your back and it's going to hurt like sin, especially when they throw the salt in, you know. Because they used to whip you. What they used to do is they used to birch you, and after they birch you, you just throw salt on it to stop the bleeding. And my dad said, the salt hurt worse than the lashes. Yeah. You know, but yeah, this country was very cruel and very barbaric at one time, and I think it should still be like that. In certain,
yeah.
I'm not saying if somebody walks into a shop and pinches a bottle of milk or a loaf of bread, you should get birched. You know, what I am saying is I think you should get about 15 years. No, seriously. You know what? You know, basically, if somebody breaks the law, then they should what they should be given a sentence befitting
what they've done.
what they've done. But you know,
But we know that doesn't happen. Look at the politicians now.
yeah,
Look at the rule for them plus against the rule for us.
yeah, exactly. It's one rule for them, one rule for us.
So that makes a mockery of the entire judicial system.
I agree.
That means it's a joke.
Yeah. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to end this live video because we've done what we wanted to do.
You've got it working all right.
It seems to be all right now. Just finally double check. That's the A side, and the B side coming up. It gets there eventually. There we go. Yeah. That's good enough. Ooh. Hello, Mildred.
Yeah, I can't do it now, Andy. There's no lights in the shed, so if you put him on, I'll sort it out this week. I'll ring him and drop it off for him.
Right.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear you.
Right. What I'll do is, what it is, it's a bandsaw. It used to belong to my dad. It's a Bundy one. It's an old one. It
Oh.
works. It wants a blade if you want that.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's some other bits in there, spray guns and things like that that you might be able to use.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Anything like that I can always use.
But what I'll do, tomorrow,
Fucking right click. Wouldn't left click even. Yeah, right, I'm going to leave it there. That was the Mildred as yawn. I'm going to leave it there. This thing's working. I don't want to do anything else with it. It's working. I might have got those solid state relays that Jay's going to send over or bring over, or that sort of thing. I'll probably do a video on that if it's a success. Well, if it's a success, I'll upload it. If it's not a success, I won't. Simple, that one, innit? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Well, actually, I'll probably upload it whether it's a success or not. And at least then you lot know not to try it if it doesn't work. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, folks. And remember to, do what it says there. Like, subscribe and share. And click the bell to be notified of anything coming up. Like that, like they're showing you there on the screen. Right, I shall you all take it easy and join me for the next one. And enjoy the rest of your evening. See you later, folks. Bye for now.